Hey my awesome sleepy friends. Tonight, we're visiting a world where Halloween wasn't about horror movies or bags of candy, but something quieter, more mysterious, and deeply rooted in the turning of seasons and the thinning of veils between worlds. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps us and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to drift off with history. Picture yourself standing on a tree-lined street in London, somewhere around 1885. The gas lamps are just being lit, creating pools of amber light that don't quite reach the darkening spaces between them. It's late October, and the air has that particular quality that autumn brings. Crisp enough to make you grateful for your coat, but not yet bitter with winter's approach. The smell of coal smoke drifts from chimneys, mixing with the earthy scent of fallen leaves that have been dampened by afternoon rain. You're not in the London of Dickensian poverty or industrial grime, though. You've found yourself in one of those comfortable neighbourhoods where doctors and lawyers and prosperous merchants live. People who have done well enough to afford homes with proper parlours and dining rooms, maybe even a small servant or two. The kind of people who read novels and attend concerts and host parties that last well into the evening. Tonight is Halloween, though the Victorians often called it All Hallows Eve or Snap-Apple Night or Nutcrack Night, depending on which region of Britain you found yourself in. The holiday hadn't yet become the commercial spectacle you know today. There were no plastic decorations manufactured in distant factories, no costume shops, and no bowls of miniature chocolate bars waiting by the door. Instead, Halloween in Victorian times was something more intimate and subtle, a night that belonged as much to tradition and folklore as it did to parlour games and gentle superstition. The house you're approaching has its curtains open despite the gathering darkness, which is unusual for the time. Victorians typically valued their privacy, drawing heavy drapes against the night and the curious eyes of passers-by. But on Halloween, there was a feeling that the boundary between public and private, like so many other boundaries, became a bit more permeable. Through those uncovered windows, you can see the warm glow of oil lamps and candles and shadows moving against walls papered in rich patterns of burgundy and forest green. The front door opens before you can knock, and warm air rushes out to meet you, carrying with it the scent of apples and cinnamon, burning candles, and that particular mustiness of old books and wool carpets. The hostess, let's call her Mrs. Eleanor Ashford, greets you with the restrained warmth that Victorian middle-class propriety demanded. No effusive hugging or squealing, just a genuine smile and a gentle touch on your arm as she welcomes you into her home. Inside, the hallway is dimmer than modern homes, lit only by a single lamp on a side table. Your eyes need a moment to adjust, and in that adjustment period, the house seems almost to breathe around you. The walls are covered in dark wallpaper, and every available surface holds something. A vase, a photograph in an ornate frame, a small sculpture, or dried flowers under a glass dome. Victorians abhorred empty space the way nature abhors a vacuum, filling their homes with objects that spoke of taste, education, and respectability. Mrs. Ashford takes your coat and leads you toward the back of the house, where the main parlour waits. As you walk down the hallway, you notice that the usual family photographs and landscape paintings have been joined by something else. Autumn leaves pressed between sheets of glass, branches of rowan berries in vases, and here and there, small carved, turnips with candles flickering inside them. These are the original jack-o'-lanterns before Irish and Scottish immigrants brought the tradition to America, and discovered that pumpkins were far easier to carve than tough, fibrous turnips. The turnip lanterns cast weird, dancing shadows on the walls, their carved faces less cartoon-like than their pumpkin descendants would become. These faces look genuinely eerie in the candlelight, hollowed out and skull-like, with a kind of ancient menace that plastic decorations could never quite capture. But they're also oddly comforting, these little lights in the darkness, these small defences against whatever might be lurking in the October night. You're not the first guest to arrive. As Mrs. Ashford opens the parlour door, you see perhaps a dozen people already gathered, all dressed in their respectable evening clothes. The women in dresses with high collars and narrow waists, their hair pinned up in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to achieve. The men in dark suits with high-buttoned vests and watch chains glinting in the lamplight. Everyone looks both formal and somehow cosy, like they're ready for both ceremony and comfort. The parlour itself is a study in Victorian decorative excess tempered by autumn's influence. The usual heavy furniture, overstuffed chairs and settees, side tables crowded with knickknacks, a piano against one wall, has been supplemented with seasonal touches. Swags of autumn leaves, both real and silk, drape along the mantelpiece and picture rails. Apples sit in bowls on every available surface, their red and green skins polished to a shine. Hazelnuts fill small dishes, and in the fireplace, a proper coal fire burns with that particular blue and orange flame that coal produces, radiating heat into the room and creating shadows that dance across the ceiling. What strikes you most, though, is the quality of the light. In our modern world, we're so accustomed to uniform, overhead illumination that we forget how darkness used to have texture and depth. Here, the light comes from the fire, from oil lamps turned down to a gentle glow, and from candles in wall sconces and on the piano. Shadows aren't just the absence of light, they're almost substantial, gathering in corners and pooling under furniture. And in those shadows, on this particular night, anything might be lurking. This is the world where Victorian Halloween lived, not in broad daylight or harsh electric glare, but in this liminal space between light and dark, between summer's abundance and winter's scarcity, between the world you can see and the world you can only sense. Before we get too far into the evening's festivities, it helps to understand what Halloween actually meant to these Victorian partygoers. Unlike their 20th century descendants, who would largely forget the holiday's origins in favour of candy and costumes, the Victorians were still close enough to Halloween's roots to feel the weight of its history. Halloween, or All Hallows' Eve, sits on the calendar like a hinge between seasons and between worlds. It falls on October 31st, the night before All Saints' Day, positioned right at that moment when autumn stops being harvest time and starts being the descent into winter. For agricultural societies, which Britain still largely was in Victorian times, despite all the factory smoke and urban growth, this transition point had always been significant. The holiday reached back through Christian tradition to even older Celtic. Celebrations of Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the darker half of the year. The Celts believed that on Samhain, the boundary between the living world and the other world grew thin, allowing spirits to cross over. This wasn't necessarily terrifying. These might be the spirits of beloved ancestors coming back to visit after all, but it was certainly unsettling. When Christianity spread through Celtic lands, it did what Christianity often did with pagan holidays. It absorbed them, renamed them, and gave them new meaning while keeping much of the old symbolism intact. Samhain became All Hallows' Eve, the night before All Saints' Day, when Christians commemorated their holy dead. But underneath the Christian overlay, those older beliefs about thinning veils and visiting spirits remained, like old wallpaper showing through new paint. By Victorian times, most educated, middle-class people didn't literally believe in ghosts, wandering the earth on Halloween night, or at least they would have been embarrassed to admit it if they did. The Victorian era was, after all, the age of science and progress, of railways and telegraphs and gaslight. Superstition was something for country folk and the uneducated lower classes, not for respectable people in respectable homes. Yet here's the fascinating thing. Those same respectable people were absolutely fascinated by the supernatural. This was the era of spiritualism, when séances were fashionable parlour entertainment, and mediums could fill theatres with people hoping to contact their departed loved ones. This was the age when ghost stories became a literary genre, when people devoured tales of haunted houses and spectral visitations. The Victorians might have said they didn't believe in ghosts, but they certainly loved talking about them. Halloween gave them permission to indulge this fascination under the cover of tradition and folklore. You could pretend to consult spirits about your future spouse not because you actually believed in such things, heavens no, but because it was a charming old custom, a bit of harmless fun, and a way to connect with the quaint beliefs of your ancestors. The fact that you might feel a genuine thrill of excitement or unease while doing so, well, that was just part of the entertainment. The Victorian middle class had a particular genius for taking potentially frightening or socially disruptive elements and domesticating them, turning them into parlour games and polite amusements. This was, after all, an era that turned sex into coded flower language and death into elaborate mourning rituals with specific rules for every stage of grief. Halloween underwent the same transformation, from a night when the dead might genuinely walk abroad to an evening of structured games and fortune-telling, all conducted in well-lit parlours under the watchful eye of respectable hostesses. But something of the original power remained. Even domesticated and turned into entertainment, these Halloween traditions still touch something deeper. That awareness of cycles and seasons, of death as part of life, of the mystery that lurks just beyond the edge of understanding. The Victorians might have dressed it up in propriety and called it folklore, but they were still, in their own way, acknowledging the same realities that their Celtic ancestors had recognised centuries before. This is what makes Victorian Halloween so fascinating. It existed in that perfect balance point between genuine belief and complete scepticism, between ancient tradition and modern rationality, between treating it all as a joke and feeling that shiver down your spine when a candle gutters unexpectedly or a shadow moves in a way that shadows shouldn't move. Let's return to Mrs. Ashford's parlour, where the evening is about to truly begin. As more guests arrive, you start to notice the careful thought that has gone into preparing the space for Halloween festivities. Victorian party planning was an art form, and a successful hostess paid attention to details that might escape modern notice. The decorations, for instance, follow a logic quite different from contemporary Halloween aesthetics. There are no skeletons or witches or manufactured spookiness. Instead, Mrs. Ashford has created an atmosphere that speaks more to autumn's transition than to death's door. Those swags of autumn leaves aren't just pretty, they're symbols of change and decay, of life completing its cycle. The apples represent the harvest, the successful conclusion of the growing season, but also the old British tradition of apple divination, which we'll get to soon enough. Look more closely at the mantelpiece, and you'll see that Mrs. Ashford has arranged her seasonal decorations with the same careful attention to symmetry and balance that governs all Victorian interior design. A pair of brass candlesticks, polished to a high shine, stand at either end. Between them, she's created a sort of harvest tableau, sheaves of wheat, clusters of grapes, probably artificial silk ones, since real grapes would be past their season, and those ever-present apples. Tucked among them are small personal touches, a few feathers from game birds, some chestnuts, and a sprig or two of rosemary and sage from her kitchen garden. The walls, already crowded with the usual Victorian clutter of framed prints and family. Photographs have been supplemented with paper chains cut in autumn colours, deep golds, rust reds, and browns that look almost black in the lamplight. Some enterprising guests at previous parties have clearly contributed paper cutouts of oak leaves and acorns, which hang from the picture rail on black threads, spinning slowly in the warm air rising from the fire, but it's the lighting that really sets the mood. Mrs. Ashford has been strategic about which lamps to light and which to leave dark. The corners of the room are deliberately dim, creating pockets of shadow that make the space feel somehow larger and more mysterious than it would in full light. The fire provides most of the illumination, supplemented by candles in hurricane glasses that protect the flames from drafts while allowing them to flicker and dance. On the piano, someone has draped a length of black silk, and atop it sits a curious collection of objects. A small mirror, face down, a bowl of water with a single candle floating in it, several walnuts, and what appears to be a ball of yarn. These aren't random decorations. They're the tools for tonight's fortune-telling games, and their presence transforms the piano from a musical instrument into something like an altar to divination. The room smells wonderful in a way that's hard to describe to someone accustomed to air fresheners and scented candles. There's the coal fire, which has its own particular smell, not unpleasant but definitely present, a sort of mineral warmth. There's the wood of the furniture, which has absorbed decades of beeswax polish, and now releases it slowly in the heat. There's the faint mustiness of old fabric and carpets, the sharper scent of the apples, and underneath it all the slightly sweet, waxy smell of burning candles. Mrs. Ashford has also thought about sound, or rather, the lack of it. Unlike modern parties where music might be playing constantly in the background, here the ambient noise is much gentler. The crackle and hiss of the coal fire, the rustle of silk and taffeta as women adjust their positions in their chairs, and the soft tick of the mantel clock. When people speak, they do so in relatively quiet voices. Loud laughter or raised voices would be considered somewhat vulgar, a sign of insufficient self-control. This attention to atmosphere isn't just Victorian fussiness, it's intentional scene setting for the kinds of activities that will happen later. Fortune-telling and ghost stories work better in dim, quiet spaces where shadows have substance and imagination has room to work. Mrs. Ashford understands that mystery requires a certain amount of darkness, both literal and figurative. The temperature in the room is also worth noting. The Victorians didn't have central heating, so rooms tended to be either too hot near the fire or too cold away from it. Mrs. Ashford's parlour follows this pattern, Deliciously warm if you're sitting near the hearth, but with a definite chill along the outer walls. This temperature gradient adds to the atmosphere. You find yourself drawn toward the warmth and the light, away from the colder, darker edges of the room where shadows congregate. As the last guests arrive and settle into their places, you notice how the seating arrangement has been managed. Unlike modern parties where people might circulate freely, Victorians tended to arrange themselves more formally, with subtle hierarchies of age, gender, and social status governing who sat where. The most comfortable chairs near the fire have been reserved for older guests and ladies, while younger people and gentlemen stand or perch on less comfortable seats farther from the heat. This formality might seem stifling to modern sensibilities, but it served a purpose. By establishing clear structures for interaction, it created a safe framework within which people could engage in activities that might otherwise feel risky or improper. When you know exactly where you stand in the social hierarchy and what's expected of you, it's easier to participate in games of chance and divination without feeling like you're actually crossing important boundaries. Mrs. Ashford catches everyone's attention not by calling out or clapping her hands, that would be far too crude, but simply by moving to the centre of the room and waiting. Victorian social training meant that people noticed when a hostess was preparing to speak and naturally fell silent, giving her the floor without her having to demand it. The evening's entertainment is about to begin, and in the warm, shadowy parlour, with the fire crackling and the turnip lanterns casting their eerie light, you can feel the anticipation building like static electricity before a storm. Mrs. Ashford begins with the most traditional of Halloween fortune-telling games, apple divination. This isn't some quaint custom she's invented for the evening. It's a practice that reaches back centuries, and every person in the room would have grown up hearing about it from parents and grandparents. She directs everyone's attention to a large, wooden tub that had been hidden behind a screen. It's filled with water, and floating on that water are perhaps a dozen apples, their red skins gleaming in the candlelight. This is Snap-apple, one of the most enduring Halloween traditions, and even though everyone present is far too sophisticated to believe it actually predicts the future, they're all eager to participate. The rules are simple enough. Each person in turn must try to catch an apple using only their mouth, no hands allowed. Successfully catching an apple supposedly predicts a successful year ahead, particularly in matters of love and marriage. The first person to succeed will be the first to marry. The last person might expect to remain single for another year. It's all in good fun, of course, just a silly game, but notice how the unmarried young people in the room are paying particularly close attention. A young woman goes first, kneeling beside the tub in her elaborate dress, trying not to get her sleeves wet. She makes several attempts, her face getting progressively redder as she pursues the elusive apples, which bob away whenever she gets close. The apples are playing hard to get, spinning and dodging in the water like they have minds of their own. Finally, after much laughter from the assembled guests, she manages to pin one against the side of the tub and catch it between her teeth, emerging triumphant and only slightly damp. The game continues around the room, with varying degrees of success, and splashing. What makes it interesting is how it temporarily breaks down Victorian reserve. Suddenly proper ladies and gentlemen are kneeling on the floor getting their faces wet, laughing at their own undignified struggles. There's something levelling about the game, something that reduces everyone to the same slightly ridiculous level. But there's more going on here than simple silliness. Apples have been symbols of knowledge, temptation, and divination for centuries. In Celtic tradition, the apple tree was sacred, associated with the otherworld and with immortality. By using apples for divination on Halloween, when the veil between worlds was thought to be thinnest, the Victorians were tapping into a very old current of belief. Once everyone who wishes to has tried their luck with the snap-apple, Mrs. Ashford produces another apple-based divination. This one is quieter and more intimate. She hands an apple to one of the young women and provides a knife, instructing her to peel the apple in one continuous strip without breaking the peel. Once she's managed this, and it takes some concentration and skill, she's to throw the peel over her left shoulder. The shape it makes when it lands will supposedly form the initial of her future spouse's name. The young woman performs this operation with great care, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. The apple peel spirals down in one long curling ribbon, and when she finally throws it over her shoulder, everyone crowds around to see what letter it might form. The peel lies in a shape that could perhaps be an R, or maybe a P, or possibly just a random coil. But the ambiguity is part of the fun. Everyone has an opinion about what letter they see, and the young woman laughs and blushes, probably thinking about which of her acquaintances has a name beginning with R. These apple games might seem trivial, but they served an important social function. In an era when marriages were still partly business arrangements, and when courtship was heavily chaperoned and regulated, Halloween divination gave young people a sanctioned way to think about romance and express their hopes for the future. It was all pretend, of course. Nobody really believed that apple peels could predict marriages, but it created a space where such hopes could be voiced, examined, and laughed about. Next comes the mirror divination, and this one is more atmospheric, edging closer to the genuinely eerie. The lights are dimmed even further, and Mrs. Ashford produces a hand mirror that's been kept face down on the piano. The traditional practice, she explains, is for a young woman to go alone to a darkened room at midnight, sit before a mirror, and eat an apple while looking at her reflection. If she's destined to marry, she'll supposedly see the face of her future husband appear over her shoulder in the mirror. Of course, in a parlour full of people, nobody's going alone anywhere, and it's not yet midnight. But Mrs. Ashford has adapted the tradition. She arranges for one of the young women to sit with her back to the room, holding the mirror so she can see both her own reflection and whatever might be behind her. The room falls silent, even the fire seems to quiet its crackling, as the young woman stares into the mirror. Nothing happens, of course, but in the silence and the dimness, with everyone's imagination activated by the build-up, there's a genuine moment of tension. Shadows shift in the candlelight. The young woman stares into the mirror, and you can see her own uncertainty about whether she really wants to see something or not. It's a perfect example of how the Victorians could create atmosphere and suspense using nothing more than tradition, dim lighting, and the power of suggestion. After a suitable pause, the young woman turns around, laughing a bit nervously, and reports that she saw nothing but her own reflection. Everyone relaxes and the conversation picks up again, but something has shifted in the room. The games have created an atmosphere of possibility, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, there might be more going on tonight than rational minds want to acknowledge. As the evening progresses, Mrs. Ashford introduces other forms of divination, each with its own history and symbolism. These games might seem random to modern observers, but they follow a logic rooted in centuries of folklore and seasonal tradition. The next game involves hazelnuts, which have been placed in a bowl on the mantelpiece, warming gently in the heat from the fire. In some parts of Britain, Halloween was known as Nutcrack Night, and nuts featured prominently in the evening's fortune-telling practices. Mrs. Ashford explains the procedure. Each person selects 2 hazelnuts and names them, one for themselves and one for someone they're romantically interested in or currently courting. The nuts are then placed on the edge of the fire. If the 2 nuts burn quietly side by side, the relationship will be peaceful and successful. If they pop and jump away from each other, the relationship is doomed to discord. And if one nut explodes spectacularly, well, that suggests passion of one sort or another. Hazelnuts are placed carefully on the hot coals, and everyone watches with the kind of intense interest usually reserved for much more important matters. The nuts begin to heat, their shells darkening, and then the popping starts. One pair sits quietly together, barely moving, much to the satisfaction of the established married couple who named them. Another pair seems engaged in active warfare, with one nut practically launching itself across the fireplace, while the other sits smugly in place. This produces much laughter and teasing. What's fascinating about this practice is how it allows people to externalize their anxieties and hopes about relationships. By assigning significance to how nuts behave in a fire, they're creating a framework for thinking about compatibility and future happiness that feels both playful and somehow meaningful. It doesn't matter that there's no rational connection between nut behaviour and romantic success. The game provides a language for discussing these important but difficult topics. The nut divination is followed by a practice involving cabbage. Yes, cabbage, which might seem like the least romantic vegetable imaginable, but which actually has a long history in Halloween folklore. Traditionally, young women would go blindfolded into a garden at midnight and pull up the first cabbage they encountered. The size, shape, and amount of dirt clinging to its roots were said to predict the appearance and wealth of their future spouse. A large cabbage with lots of dirt attached meant a tall, wealthy husband. A small, clean cabbage suggested something rather less impressive. Mrs. Ashford, lacking both a garden and midnight timing, has adapted this tradition in a characteristically Victorian way. She's brought in several cabbages of varying sizes and had them arranged on a table in the back parlour. Young women take turns being blindfolded and led to the table, where they must select a cabbage by touch alone. The ensuing predictions about future spouses, based on whether they've chosen a large or small cabbage, a leafy or compact one, provide much amusement. But perhaps the most intriguing divination of the evening involves something called the 3 bowls, or the 3 dishes. Mrs. Ashford has arranged 3 identical bowls on a side table, covering them with cloth napkins so their contents aren't visible. One bowl contains clean water, one contains dirty water, and one is empty. Each person who wishes to try their luck must close their eyes and choose a bowl, dipping their fingers into it or finding it empty. Clean water predicts marriage to someone pure and virtuous. Dirty water suggests marriage to a widow or widower, someone who's already been through one relationship. An empty bowl means no marriage in the coming year. It's all quite solemn and serious until someone gets the dirty water and everyone dissolves into laughter at the thought of this person's supposed romantic future. These divinations, silly as they might seem, touch on something deeply human, our desire to know what's coming, to have some sense of control over our futures. The Victorians might have dismissed these practices as mere superstition, but they participated in them with genuine enthusiasm. There's something comforting about the idea that the universe might drop hints about what's ahead, even if those hints come in the form of apple peels and exploding hazelnuts. Between these various games, people mingle and chat, helping themselves to refreshments that Mrs. Ashford has laid out on the dining room table. There are more apples, of course, along with nuts to crack, seed cake, gingerbread, and a large bowl of punch made with apples and spices. The food is substantial but not elaborate. Halloween wasn't an occasion for formal dining. The younger guests are particularly animated, their earlier reserve melting away as the evening progresses and the games become more absurd. There's something about shared silliness that breaks down social barriers, even Victorian ones. When you've just watched someone you barely know stick their face in a tub of water trying to catch an apple, certain formalities seem less important. The older guests watch these proceedings with what appears to be indulgent amusement, though you suspect that some of them are remembering their own youthful Halloween parties, their own attempts at divination, and their own hopes and fears about the future. The games might be silly, but the feelings they address, the desire for love, for security, for some glimpse of what tomorrow might bring, these are universal and timeless. As the evening deepens and the coal fire burns lower, Mrs. Ashford begins to shift the mood. The active games give way to something quieter but potentially more powerful, the telling of ghost stories. This transition is managed skillfully. The lamps are turned down even further, making the shadows in the corners of the room seem to expand and grow more substantial. Fresh coal is added to the fire, which responds with blue flames that cast an eerie, flickering light across the assembled faces. People draw their chairs closer together, forming a more intimate circle. The temperature in the room drops slightly as the fire rebuilds and more than one person pulls their shawl or jacket a bit tighter. Ghost stories had become tremendously popular in Victorian times, and Halloween provided the perfect excuse to indulge. In this particular form of entertainment, the stories served multiple purposes. They were thrilling without being truly frightening. They provided a way to discuss death and the afterlife in an acceptable social context, and they allowed people to experience fear in a controlled, safe environment. Mrs. Ashford begins with a relatively mild tale, something about a spectral hitchhiker on a country road who vanishes before reaching his destination. It's a classic ghost story structure. Mysterious stranger, helpful gesture, supernatural revelation, and everyone listens with the kind of polite attention that educated Victorians brought to most social activities. But as she tells the story, something interesting happens. The listeners begin to lean forward, drawn into the narrative despite themselves. Mrs. Ashford is a good storyteller, knowing when to pause, when to lower her voice, and when to inject a sudden detail that makes people jump. She's not just reciting a tale, she's creating an experience, using her voice and the atmosphere of the room to transport her audience into the story's world. When she finishes, there's a moment of silence, that particular quality of silence that follows a well-told story when people are still half inhabiting its reality. Then someone else volunteers to share a story they've heard about a haunted house in their hometown, where lights appear in windows of long-abandoned rooms. The stories continue, each person who speaks adding their own contribution to the evening's entertainment. Some tales are clearly borrowed from books or magazines. Victorian periodicals were full of ghost stories, and educated people read widely. Others claimed to be true events that happened to a friend of a friend, that classic framework of urban legends. A few stories are local traditions tied to specific places or historical events. What's striking about these Victorian ghost stories is their restraint compared to modern horror. There are no graphic descriptions of violence, no gore, and no emphasis on physical terror. Instead, the stories rely on atmosphere, suggestion, and psychological unease. A mysterious figure glimpsed at twilight, a cold spot in a warm room, a feeling of being watched. These subtle touches create more lasting discomfort than any amount of explicit horror. One gentleman tells a story about a house where a clock in a sealed room continues to chime the hours, even though nobody has wound it for decades. The clock belonged to a man who died there, and it supposedly marks the hours of his restless spirit's nightly wanderings. It's not a particularly frightening story, but something about the image of that clock chiming in darkness, keeping time for someone who's beyond time, sends a little shiver through the room. A young woman contributes a tale about a mirror that won't reflect certain people, those who are marked for death within the year. She tells it well, with just the right amount of hesitation, as if she's not quite sure whether she should be sharing this particular story. When she finishes, you notice that several people unconsciously avoid looking at the mirrors in the room. Between stories, the fire crackles and settles, sending up occasional sparks. The candles have burned lower, their flames growing smaller and more unstable. Outside, you can hear the wind picking up, rustling through the autumn leaves and occasionally causing a branch to scratch against the window. These ambient sounds become part of the storytelling experience, natural sound effects that enhance the atmosphere. Mrs. Ashford steers the selection carefully, making sure that nobody tells anything too frightening or too dark. There are boundaries even for Halloween. Certain subjects are simply not discussed in polite company, and graphic or deeply disturbing content would be considered in poor taste. The stories should create a pleasant frisson of unease, not genuine terror or distress. The storytelling also provides an opportunity for people to demonstrate their education and cultural knowledge. References to Shakespeare's ghosts, to classical mythology, and to contemporary literature, these all indicate that the speaker is well-read and cultured. Ghost stories in Victorian parlours were as much about displaying refinement as they were about scaring people. As the night wears on and the stories continue, something subtle happens to the atmosphere in the room. The repeated invocation of ghosts and spirits and the emphasis on the supernatural and the uncanny create a kind of consensual haunting. Even though nobody literally believes in the stories being told, the collective imagination of the group gives them a kind of reality. The shadows in the corners feel more watchful, and the creaks of the old house more significant. This is what the Victorians understood about Halloween. That atmosphere and imagination could create experiences that felt meaningful, even if they weren't literally true. By gathering together in a candlelit room and telling stories of ghosts and spirits, they were participating in a tradition that connected them to their ancestors, while also creating a shared moment of controlled wonder. As the evening at Mrs. Ashford's party continues, with the fire burning low and the candles guttering in their holders, it's worth pausing to consider what all this actually meant to the Victorians themselves. Why did respectable, rational people gather in parlours to bob for apples and tell ghost stories? What were they really celebrating on Halloween night? On the surface, it's tempting to dismiss Victorian Halloween as mere entertainment. Parlour games to pass a long October evening, nothing more significant than an evening of cards or charades. But if you look more closely, these Halloween traditions served deeper purposes in Victorian society. First and foremost, Halloween provided a sanctioned opportunity to acknowledge death and the supernatural in a culture that was simultaneously obsessed with and terrified of both topics. The Victorian era was marked by high mortality rates, particularly among children and young adults. Death was a constant presence in people's lives, yet social conventions demanded that grief be expressed in highly controlled, ritualized ways. You mourned according to strict rules about clothing, behaviour and duration. Genuine emotional expression was often seen as a dangerous loss of control. Halloween offered a release valve for these suppressed anxieties. By framing death and spirits as folklore and entertainment, the Victorians could engage with their fears in a way that felt safe and socially acceptable. The ghost stories weren't really frightening. They were thrilling. The divination games weren't really about controlling fate. They were just fun. This distancing mechanism allowed people to touch on difficult subjects without having to directly confront their genuine terror of loss and mortality. Secondly, Halloween maintained a connection to agricultural rhythms and seasonal cycles that was rapidly disappearing in industrialising Britain. As more people moved to cities and worked in factories and offices, the direct relationship with nature that had governed human life for millennia was breaking down. You no longer planted and harvested according to the seasons. You worked the same hours in the same building regardless of whether it was spring or winter. Halloween, with its emphasis on autumn harvest symbols, apples, nuts, late vegetables reminded people that human life was still fundamentally tied to natural cycles. The holiday marked the transition between the abundance of harvest and the scarcity of winter. A transition that might not matter as much when you buy your food from shops rather than growing it yourself, but which still resonates on some deeper level. The fortune-telling games, meanwhile, addressed a peculiarly Victorian anxiety about the future, particularly regarding marriage and social status. For young women especially, marriage was the single most important event that would shape their entire lives. A good marriage meant security, respectability, and the possibility of happiness. A bad marriage or no marriage at all could mean poverty, social marginalisation, and dependence on relatives who might resent the burden. Yet despite marriage's enormous importance, young people had relatively little control over their romantic fates. Courtship was heavily supervised, social mixing was limited by class boundaries, and parental approval was essential. In this context, divination games offered a fantasy of control, the idea that you might glimpse your future or influence your fate through symbolic actions. It didn't matter that nobody really believed apple peels could predict initials, or that nuts in fire revealed compatibility. The games provided a language for hopes that couldn't be directly expressed. Halloween also served as what anthropologists might call a ritual of inversion, a sanctioned time when normal rules could be temporarily relaxed. On ordinary evenings, young women didn't kneel on the floor with their faces in tubs of water while everyone watched. People didn't sit in darkened rooms trying to summon visions in mirrors. These activities involved a degree of undignified behaviour and superstitious practice that would have been embarrassing on any other night. But on Halloween, such things were acceptable, even expected, because they were traditional. This temporary loosening of normal constraints served an important social function. It allowed people to blow off steam, to be slightly silly, and to interact across social boundaries that usually remained firmly in place. The young woman who successfully caught an apple could laugh and be congratulated by people who would normally maintain a more formal distance. The gentleman who told a particularly effective ghost story earned admiration regardless of his exact position in the social hierarchy. For the Victorians, Halloween also represented continuity with the past at a time of rapid change. Britain in the late 19th century was transforming almost beyond recognition. Railways had revolutionised transportation, telegraphs had changed communication, and photography had altered how people understood images and memory. Traditional crafts were being replaced by factory production, and old social hierarchies were being challenged by new wealth from industry and trade. In this context of constant change, Halloween offered connection to something older and more stable. These were the same games that grandparents had played, the same stories that had been told for generations. The traditions linked Victorians to their ancestors and provided a sense of continuity in a world that often seemed to be spinning into unfamiliar territory. There's also something to be said for the communal aspect of Victorian Halloween. In an era before radio, television, or the internet, entertainment was something you created yourself, usually with others. A Halloween party brought people together in shared activity. Not just passive consumption of entertainment created by others, but active participation in games, storytelling, and tradition. Everyone contributed to the evening's success. Everyone had a role to play. This communal creation of entertainment fostered social bonds in ways that individual consumption of mass media never quite could. When you'd watch someone struggle to catch an apple, listened to them tell a ghost story, and participated with them in divination games, you'd shared experiences that created genuine connection. You'd seen them in moments of silliness and seriousness, competence and clumsiness. These shared moments built the social fabric that held communities together. The spiritual dimension of Halloween, though often downplayed in respectable Victorian society, hadn't entirely disappeared. While middle-class urbanites might have dismissed literal belief in ghosts and spirits, there remained a sense that Halloween was a thin time, when the boundary between worlds became permeable. This wasn't necessarily frightening. It could also be comforting, a time when departed loved ones might feel closer. when the dead weren't entirely lost but somehow still part of the family. Victorian culture's elaborate mourning practices reflected the central place of death in daily life. People wore mourning clothes for years after a loss, kept locks of hair from the deceased, and took photographs of dead children posed as if sleeping. Halloween, with its acknowledgement that the dead might somehow still be present, fit into this broader cultural framework of maintaining connections with those who had passed on. Back in Mrs. Ashford's parlour, the evening is reaching its natural conclusion. The fire has burned down to glowing coals, the candles are mere stubs, and several of the oil lamps have been extinguished entirely. The room is darker now than it was hours ago, the shadows deeper and more assertive. The storytelling has wound down, and people sit quietly, some still absorbed in the mood created by the tales, others chatting in low voices about less supernatural topics. Someone suggests one final divination, something to end the evening on an appropriately mysterious note. Mrs. Ashford nods and produces a key, an old-fashioned iron key, the kind that might unlock a trunk or an ancient door. She explains the tradition. At midnight on Halloween, you take a key and hold it over your left shoulder while looking into a mirror. If you're destined to have your heart's desire granted in the coming year, you'll see the key's reflection clearly. If the reflection is blurred or distorted, challenges lie ahead. It's nearly midnight now, the mantel clock shows 5 minutes to 12, and the timing feels almost orchestrated, though of course Mrs. Ashford has been subtly steering the evening toward this moment. Someone dims the remaining lamps even further, until the room is lit almost entirely by the dying fire and a few candles. As midnight approaches, you can feel the tension building. It's absurd, really. Nobody actually believes that the position of clock hands has any mystical significance, that midnight is somehow more supernatural than any other time. Yet in this darkened room, after hours of ghost stories and divination games, after the repeated invocation of spirits and supernatural forces, midnight feels genuinely significant. The clock begins to chime, its mechanism producing that particular, resonant sound that old clocks have, not the electronic beep of modern timepieces, but a genuine bell being struck. Each chime seems to hang in the air before fading, and nobody speaks while the clock completes its 12 strokes. In the silence following the final chime, someone holds the key over their shoulder and looks into the mirror. The candlelight catches the metal, making the reflection shimmer and dance. Is it clear? Is it distorted? In this lighting, it's impossible to say definitively, and that ambiguity is perfect. The person lowers the key and turns away from the mirror, smiling enigmatically, and others take their turns. What's interesting is how seriously people take this final divination. Even after hours of laughing at similar practices, there's something about midnight, about that moment when one day officially becomes another, that feels liminal and significant. For just a moment in that darkened room with shadows pressing close, it's possible to believe, or at least to suspend disbelief, in the idea that the universe might offer glimpses of what's to come. But the moment passes, as such moments always do. Someone makes a joke, breaking the tension. The lamps are turned up slightly. Mrs. Ashford begins to move about the room, subtly signalling that the evening is drawing to a close. Guests stir and stretch, beginning the social dance of departure that Victorian etiquette demanded. Coats are retrieved from wherever they were stored. Goodbyes are said with the appropriate level of formality. Thanks to the hostess for a delightful evening, compliments on the refreshments, and expressions of hope that they'll meet again soon. The guests who live nearby begin to depart, wrapping scarves against the October night and stepping out into darkness that now seems less mysterious and more simply cold. As you prepare to leave, you take one last look at the parlour. The turnip lanterns have burned out, their candles reduced to puddles of wax. The decorative autumn leaves look wilted and slightly sad in the dim light. The bowls of apples have been depleted, the nuts are scattered. The room, which seemed so enchanted earlier, now just looks like someone's parlour after a party, slightly messy, dimly lit, with that particular emptiness that spaces have when people have left them. But the memory of the evening will linger. Later, when you're walking home through dark streets lit only by occasional gas lamps, you might find yourself thinking about those ghost stories. When you pass a mirror, you might remember that tradition about seeing faces over your shoulder. When you eat an apple, you might recall the laughter and splashing of the snap apple game. This is what Victorian Halloween created. Not lasting terror or genuine supernatural experience, but a gentle enchantment that coloured ordinary things with a bit of mystery. For one evening, the respectable middle class allowed themselves to play with superstition, to tell stories about ghosts, and to pretend that hazelnuts and apple peels might reveal the future, and in doing so they created moments of community, connection, and carefully controlled wonder. If you could return to Mrs. Ashford's house the next morning, you'd find a very different scene. Daylight streaming through the windows that seemed so mysterious last night. The maid bustled about, clearing away the remains of the party, sweeping up nutshells and apple seeds. The parlour was being restored to its usual Victorian order, with all those decorative leaves and autumn touches being carefully packed away for another year. Mrs. Ashford herself might be at the breakfast table, reading the morning newspaper and thinking about thank you notes she'll need to write to guests who brought contributions to the party. The enchantment of Halloween has evaporated with the morning light, and life has returned to its ordinary rhythms of calling cards and household management and social obligations. But something has shifted, even if it's subtle. The guests who attended last night will remember the evening, not every detail perhaps, but the feeling of it. They'll mention it to friends who weren't there, perhaps exaggerating slightly how frightening the ghost stories were or how accurate the divination seemed. They'll tuck the memory away, and years later they might tell their own children or grandchildren about Halloween parties they attended when they were young. This is how traditions survive and evolve, not through any grand preservation effort, but through people enjoying them, remembering them and passing them along. The Victorian Halloween party, with all its games and divinations and ghost stories, was itself a link in a long chain stretching back to Celtic Samhain and forward to the Halloween you know today. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps pulling your blanket a bit closer, let's trace how those Victorian parlour games and fireside stories evolved into the Halloween you recognise today. It's a fascinating journey that crosses an ocean and transforms a relatively quiet celebration into a major commercial holiday. When Irish and Scottish immigrants came to America in the 19th century, they brought Halloween traditions with them. The fortune-telling games, the apple bobbing, the emphasis on autumn harvest, all of these travelled across the Atlantic and found new expression in the New World. But America's frontier spirit and entrepreneurial energy would transform these traditions in ways the Victorians might have found startling. The first major American transformation was the emphasis on community celebration rather than private parties. In rural America, Halloween became an occasion for barn dances and town gatherings, events that brought together much larger groups than could fit in a Victorian parlour. This shift from intimate to communal changed the nature of the celebration. The subtle atmosphere that Mrs. Ashford worked so hard to create, that careful balance of light and shadow, the quiet storytelling, the controlled sense of mystery, was harder to maintain in a barn full of neighbours. American Halloween also became more mischievous. Young people, particularly boys, took to playing pranks on Halloween night, tipping over outhouses, soaping windows and moving farm equipment. This trick element would eventually evolve into the trick-or-treat tradition, but in its early form it was less about candy and more about sanctioned minor vandalism. The Victorians would have been appalled. Halloween pranks violated their sense of proper behaviour and respect for property, but Americans seemed to view them as harmless fun. The costume element, which was relatively minor in Victorian celebrations, exploded in America. Where Victorians might have worn simple masks or modest costumes for their parlour games, American Halloween embraced elaborate disguises. By the early 20th century, costume parties were becoming standard, with people dressing as everything from ghosts and witches to contemporary celebrities and comic characters. This shift toward costumes changed Halloween's nature fundamentally. The holiday became less about divination and connection to the past and more about fantasy and play acting. Instead of trying to glimpse the future or contact spirits, people were creating alternate identities for themselves. It was still about transformation and mystery, but in a more theatrical, less spiritual way. The commercialization of Halloween began in earnest in the early 20th century. Manufacturers recognized a market opportunity and began producing Halloween-specific products: decorated paper goods, costumes, and candy. What had been a homemade celebration using seasonal materials, those turnip lanterns, autumn leaves, and apples from your own trees, became something you could buy at a store. This commercialization accelerated dramatically after World War II. Trick-or-treating, which had existed in various forms for decades, became standardized and widespread. Candy companies promoted their products specifically for Halloween. Costume manufacturers churned out ready-made outfits. Department stores created Halloween sections. The holiday was becoming an industry. But here's what's interesting. Even as Halloween became commercialised and transformed, some of those Victorian elements persisted. Apple bobbing, though less common now, is still recognised as a Halloween game. Ghost stories and scary movies have become central to October entertainment. The emphasis on autumn decorations, pumpkins, cornstalks and autumn leaves, continues the Victorian tradition of marking the season's change. The divination element has mostly disappeared, though you can still find articles about Halloween, fortune-telling traditions. Modern people are less interested in learning who they'll marry and more focused on candy and costumes. But the impulse behind those Victorian games, the desire to mark time passing, to acknowledge mystery and uncertainty, hasn't entirely vanished. It's just been channeled into different forms. The ghost story tradition, particularly, has proven remarkably durable. Victorian fireside tales evolved into pulp magazine stories, then radio plays, then horror movies and TV shows. Every October, people seek out scary content, not because they genuinely believe in the supernatural, but for that same reason the Victorians told ghost stories, to experience controlled fear, to touch on darker themes while remaining safe. Even the timing of Halloween has Victorian roots. The date was fixed long before Victoria's reign, of course. But the Victorian emphasis on October 31st as the primary Halloween celebration, rather than the extended period from October 31st through November 2nd that Catholic tradition observed, shaped how modern America celebrates. We focus on that single night, that one evening of costumes and candy and spookiness, rather than a longer period of remembering the dead. The Victorian influence also persists in Halloween's aesthetic. Those rich autumn colours, deep oranges, burgundies and browns, come directly from Victorian decorative traditions. The emphasis on candlelight and atmospheric lighting echoes those dimly lit parlours. Even the modern plastic decorations with their stylised witches and ghosts and black cats reference imagery that became codified during the Victorian era. What's been mostly lost, though, is the intimacy and subtlety of Victorian Halloween. Modern celebrations tend towards spectacle and excess. Huge animatronic decorations, elaborate haunted houses and vast quantities of candy. The Victorian emphasis on suggestion over statement, on creating atmosphere through careful detail rather than overwhelming the senses, that's largely disappeared. We've also lost the social function that Victorian Halloween served. Those parlour games brought people together in shared activity and created moments of genuine interaction and community. Modern Halloween, for all its popularity, tends to be more passive. You watch scary movies rather than telling stories to each other. You buy costumes rather than creating them with friends. You eat candy alone rather than playing games that require coordination and cooperation. But perhaps that's changing. In recent years, there's been a revival of interest in what you might call artisanal Halloween. People creating elaborate homemade decorations, hosting themed parties with vintage games, and seeking out authentic Victorian Halloween traditions. It's a small movement, mostly among people who find modern commercial Halloween unsatisfying, but it suggests that something about those Victorian practices still resonates. What the Victorians understood, and what modern Halloween sometimes forgets, is that the best celebrations engage imagination rather than simply overwhelming the senses. A turnip lantern with a single candle flickering in darkness creates a more genuine atmosphere than an expensive animatronic decoration. A well-told ghost story around a fire affects people more deeply than a gory horror movie. Simple divination games, invested with meaning by the participants, create more authentic moments than elaborate party entertainment. As we near the end of our exploration, it's worth considering what we might learn from Victorian Halloween, not to recreate it exactly, but to understand what made it effective and meaningful in ways that modern celebrations sometimes aren't. The Victorian approach to Halloween was fundamentally about creating atmosphere rather than purchasing it. Mrs. Ashford didn't buy her decorations from a Halloween store. She used what was available: autumn leaves, apples, candles, and fabric. The limitation forced creativity, but it also created authenticity. Her decorations weren't generic Halloween images mass-produced in factories. They were specific to her home, her region, and her autumn. This DIY approach meant that preparing for Halloween was itself part of the celebration. Gathering autumn leaves, carving turnip lanterns, and planning games and divination. These activities built anticipation and involvement in ways that opening a package of store-bought decorations never quite can. The preparation was participatory rather than transactional. The Victorian emphasis on subtlety over spectacle also has something to teach us. They understood that darkness makes light more precious, that silence amplifies sound, and that suggestion is often more powerful than explicit display. A shadow in a darkened corner is scarier than a plastic skeleton, precisely because your imagination fills in the details. A whispered ghost story affects you more deeply than a loud, gory movie, because you have to lean in, pay attention, and engage actively with the narrative. Victorian Halloween was also fundamentally social in ways that modern celebrations often aren't. Everything happened together, in shared space, with everyone participating. You didn't retreat to separate screens or separate activities. The games required interaction. Someone had to hold the mirror, someone had to judge the apple bobbing, and someone had to tell stories while others listened. This forced togetherness created genuine community. The fortune-telling element, while we might not believe in it literally, served an important purpose. It gave people permission to voice hopes and fears that were otherwise difficult to express. The young woman wondering about her future could externalize that anxiety through apple peels and nut behavior, rather than having to speak directly about her worries. The games created a language for discussing difficult topics. This indirect approach to serious subjects might actually be something worth recovering. We tend to value directness and explicit communication, but sometimes metaphor and symbol allow us to approach truths that direct statement makes too raw or overwhelming. Halloween divination gave the Victorians a way to think about death, change, and uncertain futures without having to confront those realities head-on. The Victorian integration of Halloween with natural rhythms and seasonal change is particularly relevant now when climate change is disrupting the very seasons these traditions were built around. The emphasis on harvest, on the transition from abundance to scarcity, on preparation for winter, these connected people to ecological realities that we often ignore in our climate-controlled, always available food, modern world. Perhaps most importantly, Victorian Halloween maintained a balance between playfulness and reverence, between treating traditions as mere entertainment and taking them too seriously. The Victorians could participate in divination games without literally believing they worked, tell ghost stories without actually thinking ghosts walked abroad, and engage with supernatural themes while remaining fundamentally rational. They held multiple perspectives simultaneously: skepticism and wonder, reason and imagination, modern science and ancient folklore. This ability to engage with traditions symbolically rather than literally is increasingly rare in our polarized age, where we tend to sort everything into either literally true and therefore important, or provably false and therefore meaningless. The Victorians understood that something could be symbolically true and meaningful without being literally factual, that Halloween divinations didn't actually predict the future, didn't make them worthless. They served social and psychological functions that had real value. As you sit here, perhaps noticing that your tea has gone cold, or that you've pulled your blanket up almost to your chin, imagine one final scene with me. It's the deep hours of the night after Mrs. Ashford's party. All the guests have departed, and the house has settled into silence. In the parlour, a single coal in the fireplace still glows faintly, not producing much heat, but maintaining a tiny point of light in the darkness. The turnip lanterns have burned out completely. The decorations look tired and slightly forlorn. The room smells of candle wax and coal smoke, apples and old fabric. Mrs. Ashford, before retiring to bed, does one final walk through the space. She adjusts a picture frame that's slightly askew, picks up a forgotten handkerchief, and makes sure the fire screen is properly positioned. She pauses for a moment, looking around at the dim parlour, probably thinking about the evening's success or failure, mentally noting what worked well and what she might change next year. Then she extinguishes the final lamp and leaves the room to darkness. The house creaks and settles around her as she climbs the stairs to bed. Outside, the October night is quiet except for wind in the trees and the occasional distant bark of a dog. The thin veil between worlds, if it was ever truly thin, has closed again. Halloween is over for another year, but something lingers. In the minds of the guests walking home or already lying in their beds, memories of the evening persist. A particularly effective ghost story keeps replaying. The image of a face in candlelight, eyes wide while holding that key over a shoulder. The taste of apples and the feel of cold water during Snap Apple. These sensory memories will fade over time, but they'll leave traces contributing to each person's understanding of what autumn means, what mystery feels like, and how community forms and reforms through shared ritual. This is the real legacy of Victorian Halloween, not the specific games or traditions which have mostly faded or transformed beyond recognition, but the understanding that certain times of year call for certain kinds of attention, that the transition from one season to another deserves acknowledgement, that gathering together in shared activity creates bonds that persist beyond the gathering itself, that a well-told story around a fire does something to the human soul that watching a screen alone can never quite replicate. The Victorians, for all their stuffiness and their excessive furniture and their social rigidity, understood something about celebration that we've partially lost. They knew that the best festivities engage people rather than just entertaining them. They created experiences rather than consuming them. They used what was at hand rather than buying what was marketed to them. As you prepare to drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of Victorian parlours, of candlelit shadows and apple bobbing, of hushed ghost stories and mysterious mirrors, or perhaps you'll dream of something else entirely, your own memories, your own autumn evenings, your own celebrations with their own meanings. But maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up tomorrow with a slightly different sense of what celebration could be, not just buying decorations and candy, not just passive entertainment, but the creation of atmosphere and meaning through attention and intention. Victorian Halloween wasn't perfect, nothing human ever is, but it had a gentle magic that's worth remembering. The thin veil between worlds that the Celts believed in wasn't just about spirits and the afterlife. It was also about the veil between past and present, between what was and what is. Every time we engage with tradition, really engage with it, understanding its origins and meanings, we thin that veil a little. We connect with the people who came before us, who celebrated in their own ways for their own reasons, but who shared our fundamental human need for ritual, community, and a touch of mystery. So as you close your eyes and let sleep take you, remember Mrs. Ashford's parlour. Remember the glow of the coal fire and the flicker of candlelight. Remember the laughter during Snap-Apple and the hush during ghost stories. Remember the smell of autumn leaves and burning wax. Remember that once upon a time, not so very long ago, people gathered in comfortable rooms to play gentle games about the future and tell quiet stories about the past. And perhaps next autumn, when October winds are rattling the windows and leaves are drifting down from the trees, you might try lighting a candle instead of turning on all the lights. You might tell a story instead of turning on a screen. You might bob for apples or throw apple peels over your shoulder, or sit in the dark with friends and let imagination work its subtle magic. The Victorians are long gone, their parlours dismantled or converted to other uses, their elaborate social rules abandoned, their stuffed furniture mostly consigned to antique shops. But the understanding at the heart of their Halloween celebrations that mystery and community and seasonal awareness matter, that atmosphere and attention can create enchantment, that sometimes the old ways knew something worth preserving, that understanding is still available to us if we care to reach for it. Sleep well, and let the gentle ghosts of Victorian Halloween's past keep watch over your dreams. They're harmless spirits, these. Not frightening but friendly, not threatening but comforting. They whisper of autumn evenings and firelight, of laughter and shadows, of that perfect balance between playfulness and reverence that made Victorian Halloween something special. The coal in Mrs. Ashford's fireplace has finally gone dark, but its warmth lingers in memory. And that perhaps is the best kind of warmth, the kind that persists long after the fire itself has burned out, the kind that can be rekindled whenever we remember and honour the traditions that shaped us. Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalind Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalind Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick. Yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarised. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education yet worried about her independent streak. At St Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's microstructures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Méring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student, Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labelled Photo 51, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab, but she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of D. She had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the darkroom, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code, yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rosalind Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigour, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behaviour, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unravelling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalind Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibers changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her fastidious X-ray diffraction work produced the famed Photo 51, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analysing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion yet pressed on, finalising her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled. She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognising that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Burnell. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly, yet she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognised her departure as a loss. Her techniques had been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harboured disappointment at the missed chance for genuine collaboration, yet she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalind Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavours. The DNA story continued to unfold, with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalind Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research. Under John Desmond Burnell, she found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction to decode TMV's rod-like structure. She teamed up with Aaron Klug and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education in crystallographic rigor. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences, describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data. Believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as DNA. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Klug advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled virology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analysing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unravelling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marvelling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalind Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind Photo 51. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalind Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s. With a thriving lab at Birkbeck and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analysing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigour. In early 1957, she travelled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marvelled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses, convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes. Her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story, yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the polio virus structure, though she knew it would be demanding. Polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held on to the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balancing gratitude for extended life with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed, outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalind Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigour could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalind Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the polio virus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside in carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinise the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield, even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broader community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. A journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions, lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology. She allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators, proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognoses. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumours circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognised Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialised, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened. Sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short, yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personal items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus, noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, brimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humour and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasised the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalind Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and poliovirus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success, lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalind Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors in peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries, focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the mourning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analysing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction methods she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently. Yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honour had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers, delving into polio and other viral pathogens, cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialised circles, her influence quietly grew. Yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story, retold in magazines and television specials, typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasise the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognised that history often favours the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists, in particular, found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped virology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries, even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalind Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalind Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names, culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962. Franklin, omitted from that honour by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognized his work on protein nucleic acid complexes, a pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in virology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's Photo 51 or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalind Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinized correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unravelling today's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallised Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterisation sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work, amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analysing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalind Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography, and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion, and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. Debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalind Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential, meticulously labelled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern virology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalind Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day, and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint-napping session, and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling, not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat, her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you. Probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks and your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particularly point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain. causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water, while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grak has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grak examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grak describes his hide-working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish-drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grak continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus. Owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder. The pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey. Night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Think about how cool it would be to wear all of your savings on your wrist. This is not a smartwatch that displays your bank balance, but rather real money transformed into something beautiful that complements any outfit. For more than 1,000 years, such jewellery wasn't a fantasy. It was the everyday life of millions of people in Africa and beyond. Bracelet money, which had different names in different cultures, was precisely what it sounds like. Money that you could wear. These were carefully crafted metal bands. They were carefully made pieces of functional art, each one representing a different value. Each one was designed to catch the light as you moved your arm, and they were all heavy enough that you could feel your wealth with every gesture. We are used to paper bills and plastic cards, so the idea may seem strange to us. But bracelet money solved many problems that would be hard for any ancient economy to deal with. First, it was portable in a way that made sense for societies where people move frequently. Traders, herders, and seasonal farmers who needed to carry their wealth with them. Second, it was valuable in and of itself because it was made of metals that were worth more than just their money value. Third, and maybe the smartest thing, it was both useful and lovely, working as both money and decoration. These bracelets came in many different shapes and sizes, with each area making its own unique styles and rules. Some were thick and heavy, and wearing a lot of them would make a satisfying metallic sound with every movement. Some were fragile and complicated, made to fit nicely on a forearm. Copper and bronze, both valuable and easy to work with, were the most common. However, some special pieces used iron, brass, or even precious metals for transactions that were very valuable. The weight of the bracelet money was crucial to how it worked, in contrast to modern currency, where the physical object has little to do with its stated value. The value of bracelet money was directly related to how much metal it had. This meant that a heavier bracelet was worth more than a lighter one, which made it very difficult to fake or lower the value of the money. You couldn't just print more money when you needed it. You had to mine the metal, melt it down, and shape it into the right shape. What was intelligent about bracelet money was how it solved the problem of making change. You could break up big bracelets into smaller pieces for smaller purchases, and when you needed to, you could melt down the smaller pieces and make them into bigger ones. It was a flexible system that could handle any size transaction you needed to make. However, if you needed to break your money to buy groceries, you would have had to plan ahead. The bracelet's luxurious appearance played a significant role in its functioning. People were more likely to trade beautiful things, accept them across cultural lines, and not melt them down for their raw materials. A trader coming to a foreign market with a bunch of nice bracelets was easy to spot as someone with money and style. These characteristics opened doors that might have stayed closed for someone carrying shapeless lumps of metal. It was interesting and complicated how wearing your wealth affected your social life. One aspect of bracelet money's safety was its physical attachment to your body, making it difficult for thieves to steal. On the other hand, wearing your wealth made it clear to everyone around you how rich you were. You couldn't hide your wealth or poverty when your bank account was on display. This visibility made for some intriguing social situations. Rich people might wear dozens of bracelets, which would make music every time they moved and let people know they were rich from a distance. You could hear a rich person coming before you saw them, and the soft clinking of metal on metal served as a kind of status soundtrack. In many ancient societies, women didn't have much financial freedom, but bracelet money gave them some. You could better track your money when your jewellery was your wealth than with other currencies. A woman could earn bracelet money through her own work or trade, wear it as jewellery, and keep it even after she got married. The practice was a practical and empowering way to have financial security. Making good bracelet money required a lot of skill, which turned metalworking from a simple trade into a complex art form. Master craftsmen made bracelets that were both pretty and useful as currency. They used twisting, braiding, and hammering to make unique patterns and textures. People often kept these methods a secret, passing them down through families or guilds. This is why some areas are known for the beauty and quality of their fine jewellery. Another big plus was that bracelet money lasted a long time. Paper money can be ruined by water, fire, or just normal wear and tear. Conversely, if properly cared for, metal bracelets can endure for generations. Because they lasted so long, they were excellent stores of value that could keep wealth for decades or even centuries. Archaeological sites in Africa and other parts of the world still show examples of bracelet money, which shows how long they last and how widely they were used. Think of the first metalworker who saw copper as a useful material rather than just raw material. Somewhere in the mists of prehistory, likely in a small workshop filled with the warm glow of forge fires and the rhythmic sound of hammering, someone made the creative transition from crafting tools to crafting money. It wasn't just metallurgy, it was economic philosophy that had been hammered into shape. Bracelet money has been around for thousands of years. It started in different parts of Africa on its own, and spread through trade networks that connected faraway communities long before Europeans ever thought about going around the world. The oldest examples we have are from around 500 CE, but the practice was probably much older. These weren't simple attempts at making money. They were smart ways to solve challenging economic problems made by societies that knew more about trade, value, and human psychology than most people give them credit for. Archaeological evidence points to the copper-rich areas of what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo as the place where the practice began. There were many raw materials and a lot of advanced metallurgical knowledge. For thousands of years, ancient African societies worked with metals and came up with mining, smelting, and shaping methods that were as effective as or better than those used anywhere else in the world. These societies needed a way to trade over long distances, so they naturally turned to their strongest technology. The change from trading goods for money to using bracelets as money probably took hundreds of years to fully happen, rather than occurring all at once. Early versions were just twisted copper rods, which were worth more for the metal than for their quality. As time went on and the system proved itself, artisans started to add decorative elements to the basic design to make the bracelets more appealing and, as a result, easier to trade. There was a reason why most bracelet money was made of copper and bronze. These metals had all the right properties for a monetary system. They were valuable enough to give the money worth, yet common enough to allow small purchases. They could be used at relatively low temperatures, so local blacksmiths could make and change them without needing advanced industrial infrastructure. They were also resistant to rust, so your money wouldn't literally disappear in your hands. When iron was used for bracelet money, it changed the way things worked. Iron bracelets were often worth more than copper ones because iron was harder to work with, and because people always needed iron tools and weapons. An iron bracelet was a sign of wealth that could be turned into useful things when needed. For example, your money could become a spear point or a hoe blade if you needed it to. Standardizing bracelet money was a big step forward in early economics. Communities across large areas somehow came up with consistent standards for weight and purity that made their currencies acceptable to each other, even though there were no central banking systems or government oversight. This indicates a degree of inter-community communication and collaboration that contests simplistic perceptions of ancient African societies as isolated or primitive. The different styles of bracelet money in different regions tell fascinating stories about trade relationships and cultural identity. In some areas, people liked thick, heavy bracelets that showed how rich they were. Some people liked delicate, detailed designs that showed off the skill of the people who made them. Some people even made unique twisting patterns or surface decorations that made their bracelets easy to spot in far-off markets. The religious and spiritual aspects of bracelet money gave it a lot more meaning than just money. Many African cultures thought that metals had spiritual powers, and wearing metal bracelets could have protective or ceremonial purposes in addition to being valuable. This spiritual aspect helped bracelet money become a big part of cultural practices, making it more than just a way to trade. It became a part of social and religious life. Making successful bracelet money required a lot of specialized knowledge. Smiths needed to know more than just the basics of metallurgy. They also needed to know what their money system needed. They needed to know the right weight ratios, how to make sure their products were always pure, and what decorative styles would make them acceptable in different markets. Those who had this knowledge often kept it to themselves, leading to the formation of specialized communities that were the mint masters of their areas. Making bracelet money had a big effect on the environment because it needed a lot of mining and fuel for smelting. This made the economic ties between mining towns, metalworking centres, and trading networks very complicated. The need for bracelet money led to the search for and development of mineral resources all over Africa. Such developments helped mining technologies and trade routes grow, which would have a big impact on the continent's economy for hundreds of years. Instead of government rules, quality control in the making of bracelet money was based on community, standards and reputation. Smiths who consistently made bracelets that were the right weight and purity would build reputations that let them charge high prices for their work. Individuals who compromised quality or violated standards faced immediate exclusion from trade networks that depended on trust and dependability. Because a lot of ancient African economic activity was seasonal, bracelet money had to do many different things throughout the year. Farmers might trade bracelets for seeds or tools during planting season. They could obtain bracelets during the harvest by selling extra crops. When it was dry and travel was easier, they might have used their savings to trade with people far away. This cyclical use pattern necessitated a monetary system capable of maintaining value over time and facilitating easy changes when necessary. Picture the sound of a caravan getting ready to leave in the early morning mist. The soft lowing of cows, the soft conversations of traders checking their goods, and the musical chiming of hundreds of metal bracelets as their wearers moved around getting ready were all part of the scene. For hundreds of years, this was the music that played in African markets. Bracelet money was both the instrument and the symphony. The major trade routes of medieval Africa were like the internet of their time. They were invisible networks that linked far-off communities and let people trade goods, ideas and cultures on a scale that would have impressed any modern logistics manager. The famous Silk Road receives most of the historical attention, but African trade routes were often fluid and seasonal, changing with the weather, politics, and business opportunities. Bracelet money was a perfect fit for this fast-paced trading world. Bracelets could go anywhere their wearers could go, unlike big items or items that could spoil. They didn't need special storage, they couldn't spoil or break easily, and their value stayed the same regardless of what the market was like in the area. A trader could go from the copper mines in Katanga to the goldfields in Zimbabwe to the ivory markets in East Africa, and their bracelet money would be accepted and recognised all along the way. Along with other types of money, bracelet money was widely used on the trans-Saharan trade routes that connected sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa and the Mediterranean world. These routes were like highways through one of the hardest places on Earth, and to get through them, you needed to plan ahead, have a lot of resources, and work well with people from other communities. Bracelet money helped these partnerships by giving people a way to trade that was accepted across cultures and languages. Because a lot of African trade happened only at certain times of the year, traders needed a type of money that could hold value, even when they weren't working. When it rained, travel became hard or impossible, and trade would stop for months at a time. Bracelet money was perfect for these times because it didn't go bad while it was being stored. It didn't need any upkeep, and it was ready to use right away when trading season started again. Using bracelet money was different along river routes, especially along the Niger, Congo and Zambezi river systems. River trade made it possible to move heavier goods and more money, but it also needed different security measures. Canoe traders devised ways to wear and store their bracelet money, so it wouldn't get wet and was easy to access. The spread of bracelet money along trade routes wasn't just about making money, it was also about passing on and adapting culture. As traders brought their money to new places, local craftsmen would watch how they made things and slowly change them to fit local tastes and materials. This process led to differences between regions that show how cultures and technologies spread across medieval Africa. Different mining areas had their own unique ways of using bracelet money. Communities close to copper mines often became specialised centres for making bracelets. They used their access to raw materials to build advanced metalworking industries. These centres would then send finished bracelet money along trade routes, making economic ties that linked mining communities to far-off markets in complicated webs of interdependence. The fact that bracelet money had the same weight in different parts of Africa is a great example of how advanced African trade networks were. Somehow, even though there was no central authority or modern communication systems, communities over large areas were able to agree on and keep consistent standards that made their currencies acceptable to each other. Traders who were always on the move and acted as living repositories of market information and standards likely helped make this standardization happen. Bracelet money was used a lot on salt routes, especially those that connected the Sahara salt mines to markets in sub-Saharan Africa. Salt was very important for keeping food fresh and staying healthy in tropical climates. This made it one of the most important trade goods in medieval Africa. The salt trade needed currency systems that could handle both big wholesale deals and smaller retail sales. Bracelet money was perfect for these different business needs because it could be used in many different ways. Pastoralist communities moved around a lot during the seasons, which created mobile markets that bracelet money was perfect for. As herders moved their cows, sheep and goats around looking for food and water, they made temporary trading spots wherever they stopped. These communities could trade with each other using bracelet money, which was easier than using barter systems or carrying a lot of other types of money. Trade fairs and markets that sprang up at key points along major routes became places where people could see different regional styles of bracelet money. These meetings gave traders a chance to compare currencies from different areas, share information about market conditions, and build the relationships that would make future trade easier. These markets had a wide range of bracelet styles, which would have been like looking through a physical catalogue of African metalworking traditions. Taxes paid in bracelet money were often used to pay for the protection of trade routes. In exchange for tribute payments, which were often made in the form of metal bracelets, local rulers would protect traders who passed through their lands. This set up systems of rewards that encouraged people to keep trade peaceful and build things like wells, rest stops and storage spaces. Imagine walking through a busy market in medieval Timbuktu with several pounds of carefully made copper bracelets on your arms that jingle softly with each step. The air in the morning smells like spices, leather and wood smoke from many cooking fires. Vendors shout out their goods in many languages, and soon you'll see how useful it was to wear your money. Using bracelet money every day made shopping both more personal and more difficult than anything we're used to today. Every transaction was a physical experience. You could feel the weight of your money leaving your arms as you made purchases. This made you aware of how much you were spending right away, which is something that modern digital transactions don't do at all. In medieval Africa, people often used bracelet money to pay for groceries. A farmer who brought millet or sorghum to market might take small copper bracelets as payment. They would weigh the bracelets carefully to make sure they got a fair price for their grain. Making change often meant breaking up larger bracelets into smaller pieces, which required both skill and trust. You couldn't just give the exact amount of money. You had to talk about how to break it into the right size pieces. Buying clothes was one of the most interesting ways to use bracelet money. In many parts of medieval Africa, textile production was a very advanced field. They had elaborate cotton weaving traditions and complicated dyeing methods that made fabrics that were as good as anything made anywhere else in the world. A piece of high-quality cloth could cost several heavy bracelets, so you would have to be very careful when talking about weights and purity. It was ironic that you were using jewellery to buy things to make other kinds of jewellery. Food vendors in busy markets became very good at dealing with bracelet money transactions. While they were cooking and serving customers, they had to be able to quickly figure out how much different bracelets were worth. A bowl of stew could cost one small bracelet, but a full meal with meat and vegetables could cost several. These vendors probably had very strong arms because they were lifting weights all day as part of their job. Buying and selling livestock was one of the most valuable ways to use bracelet money in everyday business. A cow could be worth dozens of heavy bracelets, while a goat or sheep could be worth a few smaller ones. These deals often had a ceremonial feel to them. For example, the buyer would show off their wealth by wearing all the payment bracelets at once before giving them to the seller. Picture how impressive it would be to see someone walking through a market with enough metal coins to buy a cow. They would have sounded like a one-person percussion section. People who bought crafts basically traded their skills for money that they could wear. A skilled potter might trade a set of cooking pots for a few bracelets, which they could wear until they needed to buy more things. This led to some interesting situations where successful artisans could become very wealthy, as shown by the heavy bracelets on their arms. In traditional African societies, people often paid for medical services with bracelet money. This made for interesting relationships between healers and their patients. Depending on how complicated the treatment was, a traditional healer might charge different amounts. For example, serious illnesses might need a lot of money and heavy bracelets. Because their income was directly tied to how well they treated patients, this system gave healers reasons to keep their reputations and effectiveness up. Bracelet money payments were often used to pay for school, especially for specialized training in trades or crafts. A young person learning metalworking, weaving, or other useful skills might pay their teacher with bracelets that their family has collected over time. This led to investment relationships where families would literally wear their children's educational savings on their arms until it was time to pay for school. In the past, when people had different ideas about property ownership, housing, transactions sometimes involved bracelet money. You could use metal bracelets to pay for building materials, construction work, and rental agreements. However, because you needed so many of them, you often had to melt them down and make them into more useful shapes. The social aspects of buying things with bracelet money gave each purchase more meaning. When you took off your bracelets to pay for something, you were telling the world about your wealth and what was important to you. This visibility put social pressure on people to spend wisely and show off their wealth in a way that was appropriate for their social status. People started to shop at certain times of the year because of the way farming and trade worked in cycles. Farmers would turn their crops into wearable wealth during harvest seasons, which would lead to more bracelet money circulating in markets. During planting seasons, the flow would change as people turned their stored bracelet wealth back into seeds, tools, and other things they needed for the next growing season. Taking care of and maintaining bracelet money made its own mini-economy of services. Metalworkers cleaned, fixed, and changed worn-out or broken bracelets. They could also make larger bracelets out of smaller ones, or break larger bracelets into smaller ones as needed. These services were necessary to keep the currency system working and gave skilled craftsmen a steady income. Different strategies were needed to store and protect bracelet money than modern money. Rich people might have special boxes or cloths to keep their bracelets when they weren't wearing them, but the safest place to keep them was usually on their own arms. This made for interesting sleeping arrangements. Going to bed with a lot of money on you probably made for some uncomfortable nights, but it was usually the safest choice. Get even more comfortable and picture the steady rhythm of feet on old paths, the slow plodding of pack animals, and the soft, metallic music of thousands of bracelets moving with their wearers along trade routes that crossed the whole continent. These weren't random wanderings. They were the arteries of a sophisticated economic system that moved goods, ideas, and bracelet money across distances that would challenge modern logistics companies. The spread of bracelet money along established trade routes happened naturally, like water flowing along the path of least resistance. Traders, who are always practical, quickly saw the benefits of a currency that was easy to carry, store, and keep its value across cultures. They not only carried their own bracelet wealth along their usual paths, but they also brought the idea of wearable money to new communities. The Swahili coast, with its advanced cities and large networks of maritime trade, became an important centre for the flow of bracelet money. Indian Ocean trade brought together merchants from Arabia, Persia, India, and China. This made cosmopolitan markets where bracelet money competed with and worked well with other currency systems. The fact that bracelet money could be used in these multicultural settings showed that it was a good way to trade. Coastal communities made their own versions of bracelet money that showed how much they cared about the sea. These coastal versions were often made from alloys that were less likely to corrode in salt air. Their designs sometimes included patterns related to sea life or maritime activities. A trader coming from the interior with regular copper bracelets might trade them for these special coastal ones before doing business at sea. Bracelet money was widely used in the Great Lakes region of East Africa because Lakes Victoria, Tanganyika, and others made it easy to move goods by water. Canoe-based trade networks brought bracelet money, ivory, iron goods, and agricultural goods to places where people fished, farmed, and traded. These networks linked fishing communities with farming areas and trading centres. Local merchants must have been happy to see a loaded canoe pull up to a lakeside market, with its passengers wearing the musical wealth of many trading trips. In mining areas, people had special relationships with bracelet money that went beyond just using it as money. People who lived near iron deposits often made iron bracelets that could be used for two things: as money when worn, and as tools or weapons when needed. Iron bracelets were especially useful in frontier areas where useful tools were just as important as money. The spread of Islam along trade routes made it interesting to use bracelet money. Islamic law had strict rules about usury and money exchange that didn't always match up with how African currencies were usually used. But bracelet money's intrinsic value and ability to be both a commodity and a currency made it more adaptable to Islamic commercial law than purely symbolic currencies. In agricultural areas, people used bracelet money in ways that matched the seasons of their farming. Farmers would turn stored bracelet wealth into seeds, tools, and labour during planting seasons. They would gather bracelets by selling extra crops during the harvest. Traders who had been doing this for a while learned to expect and take advantage of these predictable flows of money. Setting up permanent markets at key points along trade routes created places where people could trade bracelet money, which was almost like modern foreign exchange markets. These markets let traders switch between different regional styles of bracelet money, making sure that their money would be accepted no matter where they went next. The exchange rates between different types of bracelets were based on complicated math that took into account the quality of the metal, the quality of the craftsmanship, and the preferences of the region. Royal courts along major trade routes often got a lot of bracelet money from tribute, taxes, and trade. These collections had many uses. They were stores of wealth, symbols of power, and practical reserves that could be used to pay for military campaigns or public works projects. Seeing royal regalia with hundreds of expensive bracelets would have shown off both wealth and cultural sophistication in a big way. The use of bracelet money to create credit systems showed how advanced African business practices were. Trusted traders could often get goods by promising to pay in bracelets at a later date. This created debt relationships that made it easier to trade over long distances. These credit arrangements needed a level of knowledge about market conditions, trader reputations, and currency values that was on par with what you would find in modern European or Middle Eastern business centres. There was a lot of bracelet money going around on pilgrimage routes, especially those used by Muslims going to and from Mecca. Pilgrims needed money that they could carry with them, and that would keep its value while they travelled. Bracelet money was perfect for this. During certain times of the year, a lot of pilgrims would come together, and this would create temporary markets where bracelet money from all over the world would be shown and traded. The use of bracelet money in diplomacy gave it a new dimension as it spread along trade routes. To start or keep political relationships, rulers often sent each other elaborate bracelets as gifts. These diplomatic gifts helped make designs and values more consistent across different areas. A very beautiful set of diplomatic bracelets could set design trends that would last for generations and affect local craftsmen. In many cases, the borders between different political groups became places where people could trade and change bracelet money. In this place, bracelets from one area could be melted down and made into styles that were more popular in nearby areas. These border markets were places where different cultures and economies could mix and share ideas about how to design and use bracelet money. Get ready for a more thoughtful part of our story by pouring yourself another cup of tea. Every currency system, no matter how well it works or how well it fits, will eventually run into problems that test its strength. The era of bracelet money was no different, and the factors that caused its slow decline reveal as much about the evolving nature of African societies as its emergence illustrates their historical sophistication. The end of bracelet money wasn't sudden or terrible. It was more like watching a tide slowly go out, leaving behind signs of its presence while slowly giving way to new economic realities. This change happened over the course of several centuries, from the 1400s to the 1800s. It was caused by a complicated mix of technological advances, political changes, and outside forces that changed African economies. European contact with Africa started in the 1400s along the coasts and brought new types of money that competed with older systems. European traders brought silver coins, gold pieces, and later, things that were made by people that could be used as trade goods. These new currencies were better in some situations. For example, they were often lighter than bracelet money for the same value, and they were easy to use in global markets that African traders were becoming more interested in. The Atlantic slave trade, which was very sad, also messed up traditional currency systems by making people want different kinds of trade goods. European slave traders often liked to trade in things that were made, like textiles, guns, and alcohol, instead of traditional African currencies. This change in trade patterns slowly made bracelet money less useful in coastal areas, where Europeans had the most contact. Changes in technology in metallurgy and manufacturing started to have an effect on the economics of making bracelet money. As European industrial methods became available, the cost advantage of traditional African metalworking started to go away. Handmade bracelets often cost more than mass-produced metal goods, so bracelet money wasn't as good of a store of value. In many parts of Africa, centralized political systems grew, which made people want more standard currency systems. When kingdoms and empires were trying to strengthen their power, they often liked currencies that they could control and regulate more easily than the traditional bracelet money systems that had grown up naturally through trade networks. Rulers had more direct control over their economies when they used government-issued money. Changes in religion, like the spread of Christianity through missionary work, sometimes put cultural pressure on people to stop doing things like using bracelet money. Some missionaries were wary of traditional African practices and urged their converts to adopt European-style economic practices, including the use of European currency. As African economies became part of global trade networks, there was a need for currencies that could easily be exchanged in international markets. Bracelet money worked well for trade between African countries, but it wasn't as useful for trade between countries where European and Middle Eastern currencies were becoming standard. People who wanted to trade in global markets needed money that would be accepted in London, Paris, or Cairo. As cities grew in many parts of Africa, the economy changed in ways that weren't as good for bracelet money. In cities with a lot of people, where people worked in more specialized jobs and didn't have as much direct contact with farming cycles, the the seasonal patterns of bracelet money use became less important. People who lived in cities often liked currencies that were easier to store and move around in small spaces. As banking and credit systems based on European models grew, they slowly took over some of the jobs that bracelet money used to do. These new banks could give out loans, keep money safe, and make it easier to do business over long distances, which was often better than the old bracelet money systems, especially for big businesses. When colonial governments came to different parts of Africa, they actively tried to get rid of traditional currency systems in favour of colonial currencies that were easier to control and tax. Colonial governments had strong reasons to get rid of traditional currencies that they didn't directly supervise or control. The drop wasn't the same in every area or community. People in rural areas, places with few European contacts, and places where traditional political systems were still strong often used bracelet money long after it had disappeared from coastal cities. Some communities kept two types of money: bracelet money for everyday transactions and newer currencies for trading with other markets. The same durability that made bracelet money such a good currency also meant that examples kept going around long after new ones stopped being made. For decades after they stopped being made as money, people could reuse, melt down, or pass down old bracelets. This made the bracelet money systems useful for a long time after they stopped being made. It wasn't always easy or welcome to stop using bracelet money. A lot of communities had strong cultural ties to their old money systems, and the loss of bracelet money was more than just a change in the economy. It was the loss of traditions that had linked communities to their ancestors and to each other. It was often harder to find a replacement for bracelet money's social and ceremonial uses than for its purely economic ones. Some groups tried to keep bracelet money systems going by making changes to fit new situations. They could keep making bracelets for ceremonial use while switching to newer currencies for everyday business. Or they could change traditional designs to use new materials or techniques that made them more competitive with imported options. As demand for quality bracelet money went down, the skills and knowledge needed to make it started to fade away. Master craftsmen who had spent their whole lives perfecting traditional skills found it harder to find apprentices who wanted to learn skills that seemed to be going out of style. This loss of technical knowledge was a kind of cultural loss that went far beyond just money. As you sip your bedtime drink and maybe look at the jewellery on your wrists, think about this amazing fact: the traditions and new ideas that led to Bracelet. Money didn't just go away when the currency itself stopped being used. Like all truly important human inventions, bracelet money left behind marks that still have an impact on African societies and global culture, in ways that may surprise you. The metalworking traditions that made bracelet money didn't die out. They changed and grew. Many of the methods used to make currency bracelets were also used to make decorative jewellery, ceremonial items, and works of art. Modern African metalsmiths still use techniques that can be traced back to the artisans who made jewellery that medieval traders could wear as wealth. There are clear links between modern African jewellery styles and old bracelet money styles. Many African cultures today prefer big, meaningful jewellery. This is because jewellery and wealth used to be the same thing. The heavy bangles, fancy armlets, and big necklaces that are popular all over Africa today are similar to the design ideas that made bracelet money both useful and pretty. In modern Africa, where the economy is unstable and there aren't many banks, the idea of portable wealth is still important. Traditional Western financial systems aren't as reliable. Many African communities still like to keep their money in forms that are easy to move, last a long time, and keep their value even when the economy or politics change. For example, gold jewellery today does many of the same things that bracelet money did hundreds of years ago. Many cultural ceremonies in Africa include things that are clearly based on bracelet money traditions. People often wear or give away big metal jewellery at weddings, coming-of-age ceremonies, and religious celebrations. This jewellery has symbolic meanings related to wealth, status, and being part of a community. These traditions keep the social and ceremonial roles that bracelet money used to have in African cultures. With more people interested in traditional African culture, bracelet money is once again being appreciated as both a historical artifact and an artistic inspiration. Modern African artists often use bracelet money designs in their jewellery, making pieces that connect wearers to their cultural heritage while also looking good. Museums all over Africa and the world now see bracelet money as important cultural objects that should be preserved and studied. When creating alternatives to traditional banking, some economic development programs in modern Africa look to traditional Systems like Bracelet Money for Ideas, microfinance programs, community savings groups, and local currency initiatives frequently embody principles of portability, community governance, and intrinsic value that defined effective traditional currency systems. The archaeological examination of Bracelet Money sites has yielded significant insights into African economic history and technological advancement. These studies have shown that African societies and their economies were more advanced than previously thought, going against the idea that Africa was economically primitive before Europeans came into contact with it. Bracelet money is proof of how smart and creative Africans are when it comes to business. As part of a larger effort to connect young people with their cultural heritage, schools all over Africa now teach about bracelet money. Students learn to appreciate the depth and complexity of African civilizations and develop pride in their cultural heritage when they learn about traditional economic systems. These programs often let you try out traditional metalworking techniques for yourself. In many parts of Africa, bracelet money history is now a part of cultural heritage tours. While buying modern copies of old bracelet money designs, visitors can learn about how traditional African economies worked. This kind of tourism helps local artisans and lets people all over the world learn about African culture. Academic research on bracelet money has enhanced the comprehension of the evolution and operation of currency systems. Economists and anthropologists examine bracelet money as a case study of how societies can establish complex financial systems devoid of centralized authority or governmental oversight. These studies offer insights pertinent to current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and decentralized financial systems. When creating programs for communities that don't have access to regular banks, international development organizations have looked at traditional African currency systems like bracelet money. Development workers can make programs that are more likely to work by learning how traditional systems worked, instead of just using Western financial models. Bracelet money has an aesthetic impact that goes beyond Africa, because African people live all over the world, and people all over the world appreciate African art and design. Modern jewellery designers all over the world get ideas from traditional African metalwork, like bracelet money designs. They make modern pieces that keep the old styles alive. Some of the new technologies in Africa today are based on the same ideas that made bracelet money work. Mobile money systems, for instance, share bracelet money's focus on being easy to carry, giving users control and not relying on a central banking system. Even though the technology is very different, the ideas behind user empowerment and decentralized control are similar to the democratic nature of traditional bracelet money systems. Modern African fashion is using more and more elements from traditional bracelet money designs. Fashion designers all over the continent make clothes and accessories that are inspired by the geometric patterns, metallic finishes, and big shapes that were common on old currency bracelets. This fashion movement helps keep traditional styles alive in today's world, while also making new ways for people to express themselves culturally. The examination of bracelet money has shaped contemporary comprehension of African economic history, contributing to a more precise depiction of the continent's commercial sophistication prior to European colonization. This scholarship has been very important in fighting racist stories about what Africans can do and have done. It has shown that Africans have come up with new ways to do business, work with metals, and trade over long distances. When making modern institutions, community groups in Africa sometimes use symbolic parts from bracelet money traditions. Credit unions, cooperative societies, and community development groups may use images or ceremonies that refer to old ways of organizing the economy in communities, linking their modern goals to those of the past. The environmental lessons of bracelet money are still important when talking about how to grow the economy in a way that is good for the environment. Modern disposable consumer culture is very different from traditional African currency systems, which focused on durability, recyclability, and using local materials. These historical instances serve as a catalyst for modern initiatives aimed at fostering more sustainable economic practices. As your evening becomes more peaceful and your body adjusts to the soothing rhythms of sleep, let's look into the deep meanings of bracelet money that go beyond just buying and selling. This old system of money gives us a look into human nature, how societies are set up, and the link between beauty and usefulness that is still as true today as it was 1,000 years ago. Bracelet money is a fundamentally different way of designing currency than what we are used to today. It combines aesthetic beauty with practical function. Modern money is only a symbol. Its physical form has nothing to do with its value. Bracelet money, on the other hand, showed its worth in both its material form and its artistic achievement. This integration implies societies that esteemed beauty as fundamental rather than superfluous, where utilitarian items were anticipated to be aesthetically pleasing in addition to fulfilling their purpose. The bracelet money that made wealth visible to others had complicated effects on people's minds and behaviour. Bracelet money made it clear to everyone in the community what their economic status was. Modern banking systems, on the other hand, can hide economic inequality behind privacy laws and complicated financial instruments. This openness could put social pressure on people to be both generous and responsible. It was hard to ignore poverty when wealth was literally on display, and it was just as hard to get rich without taking on social obligations to share it. The physical link between people and their money that bracelet money needed made people have different relationships with money than abstract financial systems did. When your money had weight, texture, and temperature, when you could feel it move with your body and hear it chime with your gestures, money became a more physical experience than the numbers on bank statements or digital displays that show how much money you have now. Bracelet money systems are democratic, which goes against what most people think about how currencies grow and work. African communities made their own money systems that worked across large areas and different cultures, even though there were no central banks, government oversight, or standard minting facilities. This success shows that grassroots cooperation and shared cultural values can lead to effective monetary systems, not just top-down institutional control. Craftsmanship was important in making bracelet money because it turned currency production into an art form. People who were proud of their skills and reputation made each bracelet as a way to trade and as a work of art. This link between art and money led to economic systems where aesthetic value and monetary value worked together instead of against each other. The way people used bracelet money in different seasons and cycles showed that the economy was closely linked to natural rhythms and farming cycles. Modern economies try to keep growth and activity going all the time, no matter what natural patterns are happening. In contrast, bracelet money systems worked with and adapted to the changing seasons of farming, trading, and social life. The fact that wearing your wealth could make you less safe made trust, community, and personal safety more complicated. Bracelet money systems could only work in societies where people were close to each other and safe enough to wear valuable things without fear. This implies that the effective utilization of bracelet money was both a result of and a factor in the stability and functionality of communities. The gender dynamics surrounding the use of bracelet money differed among societies, yet it frequently afforded women economic independence and security that were less accessible in alternative currency systems. When women wore and controlled jewellery as a form of wealth, it opened up chances for women to be involved in the economy that may not have been possible with other types of money. The transfer of wealth between generations through bracelet money led to different ways of inheriting and family economic relationships than those seen in systems that only use abstract money. Families could pass down bracelet money as both useful items and meaningful items that linked generations to their ancestors and cultural traditions. Bracelet money's ability to resist inflation and debasement showed that its currency systems were very different from today's fiat currencies. Authorities couldn't change the value of bracelet money for political reasons, because it was based on the materials and work that went into making it. The cultural integration of bracelet money into religious, ceremonial, and social practices resulted in currency systems that transcended mere economic instruments. They were important parts of cultural identity, spiritual practice, and social organization in ways that modern currencies that only serve a purpose cannot match. The technological needs of making bracelet money led to the growth and upkeep of advanced metallurgical knowledge that was useful for more than just making money. People who made bracelet money were usually also good at making tools, weapons, and other kinds of metalwork that were useful for both everyday life and war. The trading relationships made possible by bracelet money built networks of trust and cooperation that went well beyond just buying and selling. These networks laid the groundwork for cultural exchange, diplomatic ties, and mutual aid during crises, which made African societies stronger in ways that economic analysis alone cannot fully explain. As we get ready for the last chapter of our journey through the world of bracelet money, take a moment to think about how this old way of making money might help us understand today's economic problems. The ideas that made bracelet money work for hundreds of years still apply today, even though we now do most of our transactions online, and the world of finance is much more complicated. Bracelet money was based on intrinsic value, which is very different from modern currency systems that are based only on faith and government support. In a time when inflation can make money worth less without anyone noticing, and financial crises can wipe out savings in a flash, the idea of currency that keeps its value through its physical substance has become more appealing. Although it is improbable that we will revert to wearing our wealth, the concept of underpinning currency with tangible value, instead of mere promises, warrants examination. The democratic and decentralized nature of bracelet money systems provides insights for current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and financial autonomy. People who are interested in cryptocurrencies often want to bring back the peer-to-peer, government-independent features that traditional African currency systems had by working together and following the same rules. The success of bracelet money shows that currencies can work well when they come from the ground up instead of from institutions. The combination of beauty and function that bracelet money had goes against what we think we know about efficiency and specialization today. In today's world, we often separate aesthetic concerns from practical ones. This leads to the creation of objects that are only useful and don't provide any sensory pleasure. Bracelet money says that this separation isn't needed and might even be harmful. Things that are both beautiful and useful might work better, because people take better care of beautiful things. The seasonal and cyclical patterns of bracelet money use can help us understand how to build a long-term economy. Modern economies that expect growth all the time, no matter what the natural cycles are, often cause social and environmental problems that traditional systems didn't. The capacity of bracelet money systems to integrate natural rhythms while preserving economic functionality indicates potential avenues for cultivating more sustainable methods of economic organization. The social openness of bracelet money wealth goes against modern ideas about financial privacy and its benefits. It is clear that privacy in financial matters is important, but the visibility of wealth in bracelet money systems may have led to more responsible and socially conscious economic behavior than our current systems of hidden wealth and anonymous transactions. The connection between craftsmanship and currency that bracelet money represented shows how modern economies could better combine artistic expression with practical production. The tradition of bracelet money reminds us that in a time of mass production and automated manufacturing, it's important to connect individual skill and creativity to making useful things. The community-based standards that made bracelet money work in different parts of the world show that international cooperation is possible without formal institutional frameworks. In this time of complicated international negotiations and bureaucratic trade deals, the fact that African communities came up with compatible currency standards on their own shows that grassroots cooperation can sometimes do what formal diplomacy can't. The long-lasting and durable nature of bracelet money teaches us about how to make and use things in a way that is good for the environment. Modern, disposable culture makes a lot of trash and hurts the environment, but older systems avoided this by focusing on making things that last and can be used again. We can't go back to the way bracelets were made in the past, but the ideas of durability and longevity that guided their creation are still useful. The educational aspects of bracelet money systems, where successful participation required understanding, metallurgy, trade routes and market conditions, suggest ways that economic systems can serve educational functions beyond their primary purposes. Contemporary financial literacy initiatives could gain from comprehending how conventional systems integrated economic education into everyday practices. The conflict resolution mechanisms that enabled bracelet money systems to operate across cultural and linguistic divides provide valuable insights for modern international relations. These traditional systems fostered cooperation through mutual practical advantages rather than formal treaties or institutional structures, indicating alternative methods for cultivating trust and collaboration among diverse groups. The function of bracelet money in safeguarding and conveying cultural values illustrates that economic systems can fulfill objectives beyond mere efficiency. In our globalized world, where local cultures are pressured to become more alike, the example of currency systems that strengthened rather than weakened cultural identity shows that there are ways to develop the economy that support rather than undermine local traditions. The flexibility that allowed bracelet money systems to change and grow while keeping their basic features can teach us a lot about how to design institutions. Modern organizations often have trouble finding the right balance between stability and adaptability. However, bracelet money systems were able to keep their core functions while adapting to new technologies, political changes, and market conditions. As we come to the end of our journey through the world of bracelet money, let this story's gentle, weights settle in your mind like a well-made bracelet on your wrist. We've travelled through centuries of African creativity, innovation and business savvy, learning how our ancestors dealt with problems that we still have today, but in different ways. The story of bracelet money is really about how smart people are, and how creative they are when it comes to making systems that are fair, work well, and look beneficial for organising their economic lives. It serves as a reminder that our current financial systems, like bracelet money, are subject to change, improvement, and replacement when they no longer meet people's needs. When you wake up tomorrow and view your bank balance on your phone or tap a plastic card to pay for your coffee, take a moment to remember the soft musical chiming of copper bracelets in an old African market. Keep in mind that money is just a tool that people make to help them work together and trade. The best money systems are the ones that help people thrive instead of forcing them to work for them. The artisans who hammered copper into beautiful, useful bracelets 1,000 years ago were dealing with the same basic problems that financial innovators are dealing with today. How to store value safely, how to make trade easier between people from different cultures and distances, how to make economic systems available to everyone who needs them, and how to make currencies that people trust and want to use. The most important thing to learn from bracelet money is that economies work best when they are part of and help human communities, instead of being separate from them. The bracelets worked because they linked people to their wealth in direct physical ways and linked communities to each other through shared standards and recognition. In our time of ever more abstract and complicated financial systems, it's smart to remember the simple beauty of money that you could wear, money that was pleasing to look at and touch, and wealth that linked you to skilled craftsmen and old traditions instead of far-off companies and unknown algorithms. The slow pace of bracelet, money transactions, carefully weighing, feeling the quality and talking to each other during each exchange, made economic systems that were more community-oriented and human-scaled than what we usually see today. We should not try to bring back the economies of medieval Africa, but we can learn from how they valued personal relationships, community standards, and combining beauty with usefulness. As you drift off to sleep, remember that you're part of the same, ongoing story of people coming up with new ideas, changing to fit new situations and working together. The need for portable wealth, reliable standards, and systems that work across cultural boundaries are problems that every generation has to confront in its own way. The sound of bracelet money may be gone from African markets, but people are still coming up with new ways to work together and be creative. The spirit of bracelet money lives on every time someone comes up with a new way to solve an old problem, every time communities work together to make something useful and beautiful, and every time people find ways to trade and share that make their relationships stronger instead of weaker. Rest easy, knowing you are part of a long line of people who have run their businesses according to their values and goals. The story of bracelet money is also yours. It shows that people have always been smart enough to change the systems they need when they do, and maybe tonight in your dreams you'll hear the distant sound of metal hitting metal, the soft beat of prosperity moving through old markets, bringing with it the hopes, dreams, and practical advice of people who knew how to make their money as beautiful as their lives. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, King meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written. Which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a license for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of Mission Control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionise European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team-building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space programme. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project, and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence, before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness, rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The King's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour, each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court, during Henry's final years, had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued, with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions require traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system. But the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionised English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance, rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers, and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The prince consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created two different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. Imagine this. It's 2 a.m. and you're in bed staring at the ceiling like it owes you money. Your brain is helpfully playing back that awful thing you said in 2003. 30,000 years ago, nevertheless, your ancestor Grok was cutting logs so quietly that surrounding mastodons employed him as a white noise machine. What is going on? How did we go from sleeping like newborns enveloped in enormous fur to tossing and turning like squirrels on coffee? The answer, my friend who is always exhausted, is buried deeper than your phone charger under the couch cushions. Our predecessors who lived in caves didn't just fall asleep perfectly. They had a full technique that would make current sleep experts cry with jealousy. In their perspective, darkness meant darkness, not, let me check Instagram one more time, darkness. Their bodies processed the message more quickly than a teenager who'd just been grounded at dusk. But this is where it gets fascinating. These weren't just individuals who lived in caves. They were the consequence of millions of years of evolution making the perfect slumber machine. Every instinct, every biological mechanism, and every little thing they did every day was set up to help them obtain the kind of sleep that would make a spa jealous. Think about what you usually do at night. You might be reading news that makes you mistrust mankind, eating dinner beneath strong fluorescent lights that might land a plane, and then wondering why your brain won't stop when you finally go to bed. On the other hand, your Neanderthal ancestor was winding down as naturally as leaves dropping from a tree in the fall. As actual darkness, the type that engulfed everything whole, spread over their world, their bodies began to release melatonin, which is like a perfectly timed sleeping pill. They had no blue light to disrupt their internal clock, no emails to spike their cortisol levels at night, and no neighbour's leaf blower at dawn to wake them up. The reality is that we've been recklessly attempting to sleep, and the results have been disastrous. But before you go looking for a cave on Zillow, let's take a closer look at what made these Stone Age sleepers so successful. There are secrets hidden in their modest way of living that could turn your restless evenings into the calm sleep you've always wanted. It wasn't just one item that they were hiding. It was everything. Everything about their lives was ideally set up for deep, restful slumber, from how they ate to how they walked, and from the air they inhaled to the sounds they heard. They lived in unison with rhythms that we have long since forgotten. So take a seat, unwind, and journey back to a time when falling asleep was as effortless as breathing. You might find that the answer to your sleep troubles in the present has been there all along. It's not your fault that your internal clock is suffering an identity crisis. Not completely, though. You have a small group of cells located deep in your brain, which we can refer to as your internal timekeeper. This group has been having the biological equivalent of a tantrum for decades. Over millions of years, this small timekeeper learned to respond to one basic signal: light and dark. This technique worked like a Swiss watch, built of starlight and common sense for your Neanderthal ancestors. Their internal alarm clock softly woke them up when the sun came up. When it got dark, the evening show started and it made them less alert, like a theatre gently lowering the house lights. But this is when things get deliciously ironic. We are so excellent at manipulating our surroundings that we have unintentionally waged war on our own nature. Your ancestor glanced up at the stars and felt their body getting ready to sleep. You glance up at the ceiling of your bedroom, which is lit up by 17 different electrical devices, and you wonder why you feel like a vampire in a tanning bed. The plot goes further than you might realise. That LED streetlight outside your window that looks harmless? At 11 p.m, It's sending out blue light at wavelengths that your brain reads as "wake up, the sun is rising." Your phone, tablet, laptop, and even your microwave's digital clock are all part of this scheme to keep you awake. Scientists today call the natural light-dark cycle what cave dwellers lived by, but they didn't need a fancy name for it. They just called it Tuesday. The warm, steady light of daybreak marked the start of their days. The dazzling, complete spectrum of midday sun marked the peak, while the deep orange and crimson hues of sunset marked the end. Their brains were already 3 steps ahead by the time real darkness came, sending sleepy time hormones into their bodies. You wake up to fake light, spend 8 hours at work under fluorescent lights that would make a vampire squint, drive home in traffic while looking at LED headlights, and then spend the evening in front of a screen before bed. It's like giving your internal clock a continuous diet of junk food, and then being surprised when it's confused. But the real kicker is, not only was your predecessor's sleep deeper, but it was also more flexible. Researchers term what they did segmented sleep. They would wake up in the middle of the night for an hour or 2 of calm wakefulness before going back to sleep. This wasn't sleeplessness. It was how people slept for thousands of years. At these nocturnal breaks, they might tend to the fire, talk quietly, or just lie still in the dark. They didn't have to worry about getting back to sleep, check the time, or wonder if they would be tired the next day. They had entire faith in their body, just like you do in gravity. Your brain still wants to follow these old patterns, but modern life continues getting in the way of the dialogue between your biology and the natural environment. Every artificial light, every late-night notification, and every just one more episode is like static on the radio frequency that your forefathers used to sleep like champions. Your caveman ancestor would be shocked to learn that you worry about things that haven't happened yet, might not happen, and perhaps aren't even feasible. Grok's stress management approach was also basic. When the saber-toothed tiger was gone, so was the stress. Your ancestor's nervous system worked like a smoke detector that was correctly set up. Is there a real danger? All systems are go and adrenaline is pumping like a fire hose. Is the danger over? The system is reset back to normal and ready for a lovely snooze by the fire. Your neurological system, however, perceives your morning commute, job deadline, and the strange noise from your automobile as equally significant as a charging rhinoceros. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just the price we pay for having minds that can think about problems that might happen in the future. But here's what's keeping you up at night. Your stress response system doesn't know that most of the threats you face every day aren't genuinely life or death circumstances. Stress hormones are released by your body for everything from giving a presentation at work to being late for dinner. These molecules are the enemies of calm sleep. Cortisol, your main stress hormone, was meant to wake you up and keep you attentive in real crises. Don't sleep now, a tiger is nearby, was what a surge in cortisol signalled in prehistoric times. These days, cortisol levels go up when your internet is slow, your employer sends you a strange email, or you remember that you forgot to defrost dinner. Your body can't detect the difference between a real threat and the annoying sound of your neighbour's wind chimes at 6 a.m. But this is where life as a caveman gets extremely desirable. Their stress was largely physical, happened right away, and didn't last long. Get rid of the predator, get food, and go away from the storm. Problem solved, stress gone, time to sleep. Your stress is mental and continual, and there is no apparent way to fix it. How do you beat global warming or job insecurity? You can't really fight your mortgage payment and win. Your forebears possess something we don't have anymore, the ability to relieve tension by being very tired. They were really ready to rest after a day of hunting, gathering, building, and staying alive. They didn't need to wind down because they were already there. In contrast, you spend much of your day in meetings, staring at screens, and utilising your mind more than your body. Your mind is fried by the evening, but your body hasn't really done anything. Researchers who study sleep call this the tired but wired phenomenon. Your brain is tired from taking in information, making choices and dealing with stress, but your body hasn't had the physical release that makes you sleepy. It's like revving the engine of a car while it's still in park. Lots of energy, but no place to go. People who lived in caves also lived in small, close-knit groups, where they could express their worries and get help all the time. Everyone in the clan knew about Grok's disastrous mammoth hunt, offered to aid, and then went on. You can spend hours going over a poor day at work in your thoughts, letting your stress build up like a mental pot roast. The funny thing is that the stress response system of our ancestors is still in charge of your body today, but the challenges it is trying to solve are very different. Your fight or flight response is great for coping with immediate physical dangers, but not for the slow burn anxiety of modern life that follows you to bed and whispers delicious nightmares in your ear. The way you feel about eating influences your sleep in ways that would make a caveman scratch his head in confusion. While you enjoy a bowl of sugary cereal late at night and ponder why you remain wide awake, your ancestor was likely 3 hours into REM sleep. They knew something we've forgotten. What, when, and how much you eat directly affects how well you sleep. Cave dwellers didn't eat snacks late at night since they didn't stay up late like we do. Their eating habits were in line with natural rhythms that helped them sleep well. They ate their biggest meal during the day, when their digestive fires were at their hottest, and then naturally fasted from sunset to sunrise. Not because some health guru instructed them to, but because that was when food was available and their systems could handle it best. This natural meal plan fit their circadian clocks wonderfully. When they needed digestive enzymes, their bodies made them. When it came time to sleep and repair, their systems stopped digesting food. It was like a perfectly choreographed dance between their gut and their head, with each partner knowing when to lead and when to follow. Now, let's talk about what they ate and what you probably have in your kitchen right now. They didn't eat any processed meals, refined sugars, or unnatural ingredients that can mess with how your brain works. No late-night ice cream that makes your blood sugar go up and down just as you're attempting to fall asleep. No energy drinks that make you crash from caffeine at night. No snacks that have been processed and are full of chemicals that your great-great-grandmother wouldn't know are food. Instead, they ate items that helped them sleep, like nuts high in magnesium, fish high in omega-3 fatty acids, and seasonal fruits that included natural sugars and fibre to keep their blood sugar levels stable. They didn't require melatonin pills because the food they ate naturally had components that helped them sleep. They didn't require magnesium supplements because they got enough minerals from their food that helped their muscles relax and their nerves calm down. But here's the truly interesting part. They did what we now call chrononutrition without even knowing it had a name. Their bodies were organically adapted to eat foods that gave them the energy they needed each day. Morning foods woke them up, afternoon foods kept them energized, and evening foods, when available, helped them sleep. Your current eating routine, on the other hand, is like a jazz band that can't agree on what music to play. You might miss breakfast, drink a sugary coffee drink in the middle of the morning, have lunch at your desk while worrying about deadlines, mindlessly nibble all afternoon, and then eat your biggest meal right before bed while watching Netflix. Your digestive system doesn't know if it should be speeding up or slowing down. Eating late at night is especially detrimental for the quality of your sleep. When you eat close to bed, your body has to decide whether to digest the food or get ready for bed. Digestion normally wins. Your core body temperature stays high when it should be low, your blood sugar goes up and down when it should be steady, and your digestive organs are working too hard when they should be resting. People who lived in caves also didn't have to cope with how alcohol, coffee, or highly processed foods messed up their sleep. They received their evening relaxation from the natural exhaustion that comes from being active and in the sun, rather than from a glass of wine that initially makes them drowsy, but later disrupts their sleep. From an emotional perspective, their relationship with food was also very different. They didn't eat because they were bored, stressed, celebrating, or trying to make themselves feel better. They ate when they were hungry and stopped when they were full. This simple method stopped the blood sugar swings and intestinal discomfort that may keep individuals up all night. Your bedroom thermostat could be messing up your sleep, and your Neanderthal ancestor would know right away what was wrong. They had to learn how to control their body temperature to stay alive, but by doing so, they accidentally found out one of the most crucial secrets to getting a good night's sleep. Your body temperature needs to drop to trigger deep sleep, and modern living makes this tougher than it should be. As the sun went down over the ancient countryside, the air naturally began to cool. Your ancestor's body started to cool down in the evening, after absorbing heat from the day's activities in the sun. Not only was this cooling process comforting, but it also sent a biochemical signal to their brain that it was time to get ready for bed. Their body temperature would drop by 1 to 2 degrees, which would start a chain reaction of drowsy hormones that current sleep clinics strive to copy with costly treatments. This natural cooling happened at the same time as the rest of the environment. The cave kept the heat in, the fire gave forth heat that could be controlled, and the animal fur bedding made a microclimate that could be changed by adding or taking away layers. They didn't need a programmable thermostat because the temperature in their bedroom changed naturally, with the rhythms that help them sleep best. In your modern bedroom, you face a temperature control nightmare that appears easy to use. Your house is shut up tight, your bedroom keeps the same temperature all night, and your mattress can be composed of materials that retain heat, like a sleeping bag made by someone who has never slept before. Every time you try to sleep in a place where you can't control the temperature naturally, you're going against millions of years of nature. But here's where it becomes really interesting. Your hands and feet are your body's natural way of cooling down. People who lived in caves slept with their arms and legs exposed to cooler air, which helped their bodies release heat. It is possible to be so heavily bundled that your body is unable to cool down naturally, leading your brain to perceive that it is not yet time for sleep. Your forebears knew something we don't, how powerful contrast can be. They had been in different temperatures all day, warm in the sun, cold in the shade, hot from moving around and chilly from the evening breezes, so their bodies were ready for the decrease in temperature that meant it was time to go to bed. Your primarily climate-controlled day lacks these natural temperature changes that regulate your circadian rhythms. The things they slept on were also very important. Animal furs and woven plant fibres naturally let air through, which kept them warm and dry by wicking moisture away from their bodies. They didn't wake up in the middle of the night because their fake mattress had turned into a sauna, or because their polyester pyjamas had made a microclimate that would make a greenhouse jealous. Researchers now call temperature entrainment what cave inhabitants also profited from. Their bodies learned to expect the natural cooling that occurred with nightfall, getting ready for sleep even before they were exhausted. Because their bodies were perfectly in sync with their surroundings, they fell asleep faster and stayed asleep longer. Researchers today have proven what cave dwellers knew all along. The best temperature for sleeping is cooler than most people imagine, between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. But temperature isn't only about the air around you. It's also about how well your body can release heat while you sleep. This is why wearing socks to bed can sometimes be helpful, as they allow heat to escape through your feet, and why taking a hot bath before bed can be beneficial, since the rapid cooling afterward mimics how your body naturally cools down. Your forefathers didn't require weighted blankets or cooling mattress pads because their whole sleeping area was made to keep the temperature stable. They aligned their sleeping conditions with their biology, which helped their bodies understand how to achieve the best sleep. The sounds in your Neanderthal ancestor's bedroom would make a modern sleep sound machine cry because it wasn't good enough. While you're lying in bed listening to a symphony of air conditioners, traffic, your neighbour's music and strange noises from the home settling, your prehistoric relative was falling asleep to nature's original white noise mix, which was made to help you sleep deeply and restore your energy. As they got ready for bed, they could hear the distant crackling of the fading fire, the delicate rustling of leaves in the breeze, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, and maybe even the faint breathing of their tribe mates nearby. These weren't just background sounds. Their brains had developed to read them as safe time to sleep now. There was a reason for every sound they heard. The crackling fire meant that it was warm and safe. The natural sounds signified that there were no predators nearby, since the forest falls quiet when hazardous animals are close. The sound of family members breathing nearby made her feel comfortable because there were so many of them. Their brains could entirely relax since their ears were always telling them that everything was fine. In contrast, your modern sound environment has the buzz of electronics, the distant whoosh of highway traffic, the neighbour's dog having an existential crisis at 3 a.m, and the strange banging in your walls that you've decided is either settling or ghosts. Your brain, which still runs the same old software as your Neanderthal ancestor, doesn't know how to put these noises in order. Do they pose a threat? Are they okay? Should you be on guard or at ease? Part of your brain is on guard duty all night because you don't know what's going to happen. Your nervous system is still analysing these sounds, even if you don't know it. It's attempting to figure out if they pose a threat. Sleep researchers call these micro-arousals, which are brief moments when your brain wakes up briefly to monitor things, breaking up your sleep without you even knowing it. Your ancestors likewise profited from what we now call sound masking without knowing it. The soft, steady sounds of their natural surroundings covered up other minor noises that could have been annoying. The steady sound of the wind blowing through the trees, the stream flowing nearby, and the chorus of insects at night made a natural sound blanket that kept me sleeping soundly all night. But here's what's truly interesting. The sounds that cave dwellers heard were predictable and made sense. Their brains learned to connect certain sounds with being safe and sleepy. The fire crackled, signalling the end of the day's work. The sounds of animals settling down at night suggested it was time to sleep. These sounds helped them fall asleep in ways that modern white noise devices can only come close to. The noise pollution in our modern lives would have driven our forebears crazy. The random beeps and buzzes of electronics, the unpredictable timing of traffic and sirens, and the jarring changes between distinct mechanical noises don't fit the patterns that our brains evolved to perceive as pleasant. Some modern folk sleep in utter silence, which is much worse. Quiet might be calming, but complete silence can be alarming to a brain that has evolved to expect the soft sounds of a safe, natural environment. Your subconscious might think something is amiss if there is complete quiet. Where are all the regular signals of life? The electromagnetic fields from all of our contemporary technology didn't bother your forefathers when they slept. We don't know for sure how much this impacts sleep, but some studies indicate that the electromagnetic soup we live in might be gradually messing with our regular sleep cycles in ways we don't fully understand yet. Cave dwellers didn't want perfect silence. They wanted sounds that were meaningful, predictable, and comforting, and that meant safety and deep sleep. They lived in the original sleep soundtrack of nature, which had been fine-tuned over millions of years to help them get the kind of restorative sleep that made them healthier, happier, and stronger than most of us can conceive. You're a modern person with an old brain trying to sleep in a world that would have seemed like science fiction to your cave-dwelling forefathers. But before you go hunting for a time machine or cave rentals, let's talk about how you may respect the wisdom of your inner caveman while still living in the 21st century. The lovely fact is that your body still has the blueprint for perfect sleep. It's simply been buried under layers of modern life, like an archaeological treasure waiting to be found again. Your body's circadian rhythms still desire to follow the sun, your stress response still knows how to reset when it gets the chance, and your temperature control system still works the same way it did for thousands of years to keep your ancestors sleeping well. The key is not to give up on modern life totally, but to find ways to bring ancient knowledge into your modern existence. You could say that you're constructing bridges between your caveman biology and your modern life. You can't control everything around you, but you can work with your body's natural rhythms instead of against them. To begin, consider light the strong drug that it is. Your forebears didn't require blackout curtains since there weren't any streetlights. You do. They didn't require glasses that blocked blue light because they didn't have screens. You could, though. To honour your old light-dark cycle, turn down the lights in the evening, stay away from screens before bed, and get some bright light in the morning. Keep in mind that your stress response system is still using caveman software in the modern world. If you're lying awake worried about tomorrow's meeting or next month's bills, ask yourself, is this a saber-toothed tiger, or is my mind making up problems to solve? Learn how to tell the difference between genuine current risks and the habit of worrying about things that might happen in the future. Your relationship with food can also show respect for old knowledge. When your digestive fire is at its highest, try eating your biggest meal earlier in the day. Stop eating at least 3 hours before you go to bed so your body has time to switch from digesting food to sleeping. Pick meals that your great-great-grandmother would know and see how much better you sleep when you don't ask your body to deal with substances it doesn't know how to handle. Make your bedroom a temperature refuge by keeping it chilly and letting your body naturally control its heat. Your hands and feet can assist in cooling you down, so wear clothes that let air flow through them. Additionally, keep in mind that your body needs to cool down in order to relax and fall asleep. Make your sound environment feel like a cave dweller would feel at home. This could entail using a white noise machine that sounds like nature, earplugs to block out random noises, or just realizing that some steady background noise is more calming than complete silence. Most crucially, keep in mind that your forefathers had complete faith in their bodies. They didn't lie awake contemplating their sleep, wondering about whether they were getting enough sleep, or figuring out how many hours they had left before morning. They were fatigued, so they went to sleep. When they woke up, they knew their bodies would tell them what to do. Your inner caveman is still there, waiting for you to rediscover how to sleep like the champion you were born to be. Every time you listen to your body's natural rhythms, choose biology over convenience, or make settings that support your ancient sleep knowledge, you're moving closer to the kind of restorative rest that has kept humans alive for thousands of years. To get better sleep, you don't need to proceed with more intricate solutions. You need to go back to the simple knowledge that your body has always held. Your ancestors didn't require sleep research, supplements, or special equipment because they lived in harmony with the natural forces that control rest and recovery. You can do it too, one small change at a time, until sleeping properly feels as natural as breathing. Modern cave dweller, have a good night. Your forefathers are cheering you on from the fantastic sleep lab in the sky. They think you can find the tranquil sleep that is your inheritance. Close your eyes now and trust your body's innate wisdom. Let yourself go back to a period when sleeping was the easiest thing in the world. When we think of kings, our minds conjure images of wise Solomon, brave Arthur, or noble Henry, the fifth leading charge at Agincourt. But for every ruler who earned their place in history's Hall of Fame, there's another who stumbled spectacularly into its Hall of Shame. These monarchs didn't just fail, they failed with such remarkable consistency that their reigns became cautionary tales whispered in palace corridors for centuries. The crown, that golden circle of ultimate authority, has adorned some truly unworthy heads throughout history. It's a peculiar irony that the symbol of divine right and earthly power often sat atop minds incapable of ruling a chicken coop, let alone vast kingdoms. Perhaps it's the very nature of hereditary monarchy that creates this problem. After all, leadership skills don't necessarily pass through bloodlines like blue eyes or prominent noses. Consider the fundamental challenge these men faced. Inheriting absolute power in their teens or 20s, surrounded by sycophants whose livelihoods depended on agreeing with every royal whim, no matter how catastrophically stupid. It's akin to entrusting a teenager with the keys to both a Ferrari and a nuclear reactor, then reacting with surprise when things go awry. The worst kings in history share certain characteristics that transcend times and cultures. They possessed an almost supernatural ability to make the wrong decision in any given situation, as if guided by some malevolent compass that always pointed toward disaster. They combined breathtaking arrogance with staggering incompetence, creating a perfect storm of royal dysfunction that left their subjects longing for the glorious old days of plague and famine. What makes these rulers particularly fascinating isn't just their individual failures, but how their collective incompetence shaped the very nature of monarchy itself. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual erosion of the divine right of kings, proving that perhaps God wasn't quite as involved in royal succession as previously advertised. Their reigns served as stark reminders of the corrupting nature of absolute power and the impracticality of having a single individual make all the decisions for millions of people. The stories of these monarchical disasters aren't just historical curiosities, they're mirrors reflecting fundamental truths about leadership, power, and human nature. They remind us that position doesn't create competence, that authority without wisdom is chaos with a crown, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide their people is a swift abdication. From the decadent palaces of Rome to the drafty castles of medieval Europe, from the elaborate courts of France to the fog-shrouded fortresses of England, these kings managed to transform their realms into laboratories of misrule. They proved that it's entirely possible to inherit everything and achieve nothing, to possess unlimited power and accomplish unlimited damage. Their reigns weren't just political failures, they were comprehensive disasters that touched every aspect of their societies. They mismanaged economics with the enthusiasm of toddlers playing with matches, conducted diplomacy with all the subtlety of a bulldozer in a china shop, and approached military strategy with the tactical acumen of lemmings approaching a cliff. Yet perhaps there's something oddly comforting about these royal train wrecks. In an age where we're constantly told about the importance of leadership and excellence, these monarchs remind us that even people with every possible advantage can fail spectacularly. They serve as living examples of how incompetence can hire anyone regardless of their social status, inherited wealth, or divine mandate. As we embark on this journey through history's most magnificent failures, we'll discover that bad kingship is a unique art form, requiring a particular combination of ego, ignorance, and timing that few have mastered so completely. Nero Claudius Caesar, Augustus Germanicus, a name so grandiose it practically demanded disappointment, ruled Rome from 54 to 68 AD and managed to transform the mightiest empire in the world into his personal theatre of absurdity. History remembers him for allegedly fiddling while Rome burned, though historians now tell us he probably didn't own a fiddle and wasn't even in the city during the Great Fire of 64 AD. But when your reputation for catastrophic leadership runs so deep that people invent additional disasters to attribute to you, perhaps it's time for some serious self-reflection. Nero's path to power began with his mother, Agrippina, a woman whose ambition made Lady Macbeth look like a casual weekend warrior. She poisoned her husband, Emperor Claudius, to secure the throne for her 16-year-old son, apparently operating under the delusion that teenagers make excellent absolute rulers. It was rather like handing the controls of a jumbo jet to someone who'd just gotten their learner's permit. Initially, Nero showed promise, guided by the philosopher Seneca and the praetorian prefect Burrus. For 5 years, the Quinquennium Nerones represented competent governance, proving that even future disasters can occasionally stumble into success when surrounded by competent advisors. Unfortunately, like many teenagers who initially accept parental guidance, Nero eventually decided he knew better than everyone else in the room. The transformation began when Nero discovered his true passion, performing. His passion lay not in governing, nor in military strategy, nor in economic policy, but in performing. He fancied. He considered himself a great artist, musician and actor, apparently confusing the role of emperor with that of an entertainer. He began appearing on the stage, competing in chariot races, and hosting elaborate artistic competitions where he invariably won every prize, because nothing says fair competition like having the power to execute the judges. His artistic pretensions might have been merely embarrassing if they hadn't come at the expense of actual leadership. While Nero practiced his lyre and rehearsed tragic soliloquies, the empire's borders faced increasing pressure from Germanic tribes, British rebels and Parthian conflicts. It was rather like a ship's captain deciding to take up interpretive dance while his vessel sailed through a hurricane. The domestic situation proved equally disastrous. Nero's paranoia reached spectacular heights when he ordered the murder of his mother in 59 AD. Agrippina had become inconveniently critical of her son's policies, apparently forgetting that criticism and absolute monarchy mix about as well as gasoline and lit matches. Nero's solution demonstrated the kind of problem-solving skills that would make a medieval surgeon look sophisticated. His relationship with his wives proved equally catastrophic. He divorced and later executed his first wife Octavia, then literally kicked his second wife Poppaea to death while she was pregnant. These actions were calculated and not motivated by passion, indicating a level of domestic dysfunction that would challenge even the most experienced marriage counsellors. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, whether Nero caused it or not, provided the perfect opportunity to showcase his unique approach to crisis management. Rather than focusing solely on relief efforts, he used the destruction as an excuse to build his enormous palace, the Domus Aurea, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. This was urban planning executed by a narcissist, as if someone had granted Donald Trump absolute power along with a blank canvas the size of a city. Nero's financial management followed similar principles of spectacular irresponsibility. His building projects, games, and artistic competitions drained the imperial treasury faster than a teenager with their first credit card. He responded to budget shortfalls by debasing the currency and confiscating property from wealthy citizens, economic policies that would make modern politicians blush. The end came swiftly when his Praetorian Guard abandoned him in 68 AD. Facing rebellion from his generals and certain death or exile, Nero committed suicide, reportedly lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." Even in his final moments, he remained committed to the delusion that his primary contribution to human civilization was artistic rather than administrative. Nero's reign demonstrated that absolute power in the hands of someone who confuses governance with performance art creates a particularly devastating form of chaos. He proved that it's entirely possible to possess unlimited authority over millions of people while remaining fundamentally unsuited for any form of responsibility more complex than choosing breakfast cereal. King John of England, reigning from 1199 to 1216, holds the unique distinction of being the only English monarch to never have another king named after him, a historical rejection that amply demonstrates his enduring legacy. If royal names were performance reviews, John received the equivalent of "please don't apply here again." He managed to lose an empire, bankrupt a kingdom, and accidentally create one of history's most important constitutional documents, all while maintaining the kind of spectacular incompetence that makes you wonder if failure was actually his secret talent. John inherited the Angevin Empire from his brother Richard the Lionheart, a collection of territories stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees that represented the pinnacle of medieval English power. It was rather like inheriting a successful family business and immediately deciding to use it as kindling. Within 15 years, John had lost most of these continental possessions to Philip Augustus of France, earning himself the nickname Lackland, though couldn't keep land might have been more accurate. Not only was the loss of Normandy in 1284 a military defeat, but it also served as a lesson in the art of conducting medieval warfare. Despite having superior resources, experienced commanders, and defensive advantages, John managed to snatch defeat from the brink of victory through a combination of strategic incompetence and tactical cowardice. His approach to military leadership resembled someone trying to win chess by eating the pieces. John's domestic policies proved equally disastrous. He demanded excessive taxes to fund his unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his French territories, essentially asking his subjects to finance their oppression. His tax collectors became as popular as plague carriers and about as welcome in English villages. The king seemed to operate under the revolutionary economic theory that money grows on trees, and those trees belonged exclusively to him. His relationship with the church provided another avenue for spectacular failure. John's dispute with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of the Archbishop of Canterbury resulted in England being placed under papal interdict from 1208 to 1214. This process meant no religious services, no church weddings, and no proper burials, essentially turning England into a spiritual wasteland. It was ecclesiastical warfare, with John playing the role of the person who brings a water pistol to a gunfight. The interdict wasn't just spiritually devastating, it was politically catastrophic. Medieval people took their religion seriously, and a king who couldn't maintain proper relations with God's representative on earth was clearly unsuited for earthly leadership. John had managed to make himself persona non grata with both heaven and earth simultaneously, an achievement that required genuine dedication to incompetence. John's judicial system operated on principles that would make modern autocrats blush. He sold justice to the highest bidder, imprisoned nobles without trial, and seized property on whims that would make a toddler's decision-making process look measured and thoughtful. His courts became marketplaces where justice was auctioned to the highest bidder, creating a legal system that combined the fairness of a rigged casino with the efficiency of medieval bureaucracy. The baronial revolt that produced Magna Carta in 1215 wasn't a sudden explosion of democratic idealism. It was the inevitable result of years of accumulated grievances against a king who treated his realm like his personal piggy bank. The barons were not revolutionary democrats, but rather, they were aristocrats who had grown weary of their supposed leaders' systematic robbery and humiliation. The Magna Carta itself represented less a triumph of John's wisdom than a testament to his failure. The document essentially forced the king to promise to stop behaving like a complete tyrant, which tells you everything you need to know about his previous conduct. It was the medieval equivalent of making someone sign a contract promising not to steal your lunch money. Even after agreeing to the Magna Carta, John immediately began scheming to overturn it, proving that his signature was worth approximately as much as Confederate currency. He appealed to Pope Innocent III, who obligingly declared the charter null and void because apparently both king and pope had missed the point entirely. These events led to the First Barons' War, which was still ongoing when John conveniently died in 1216, possibly from dysentery, a fitting end for a reign that had been largely consistent from a constitutional perspective. John's legacy proves that sometimes the most important historical contributions come from people who fail so spectacularly that they force everyone else to create safeguards against future similar disasters. He didn't create Magna Carta through wisdom or foresight. He created it through being so comprehensively awful that his subjects had no choice but to invent constitutional monarchy as an alternative to royal tyranny. In 1774, Louis XVI of France ascended to the throne with the same enthusiasm as someone asked to defuse a bomb while blindfolded. At 20 years old, he inherited a kingdom drowning in debt, seething with social tension, and groaning under the weight of an outdated feudal system that had outlived its usefulness by about 3 centuries. It was rather like being handed the captain's wheel of the Titanic just as the lookout spotted the iceberg, except the iceberg had been visible for decades and everyone had been politely pretending it wasn't there. The young king possessed many admirable personal qualities. He was kind, well-intentioned, and genuinely concerned about his subjects' welfare. Unfortunately, he also possessed the decisive leadership abilities of a confused deer caught in headlights, which proved somewhat problematic when governing a nation on the brink of revolution. Louis XVI wasn't evil or malicious. He was simply catastrophically unsuited for the job, like appointing a talented musician to perform brain surgery. France's financial crisis had been building for generations, fueled by expensive wars, an inefficient tax system, and the kind of court spending that would make modern celebrities look frugal. The monarchy had borrowed money with the same casual enthusiasm that teenagers use credit cards, apparently operating under the assumption that debt was something that happened to other people. By the time Louis XVI inherited the throne, France was spending more on debt service than on the entire military, which created the kind of fiscal situation that would make bankruptcy attorneys salivate. The king's attempts at financial reform demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of both economics and politics. He appointed competent finance ministers like Jacques Necker and Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, then systematically undermined their efforts whenever they threatened the privileges of the nobility or clergy. It was rather like hiring a personal trainer and then refusing to exercise or change your diet, while wondering why you weren't getting healthier. Louis XVI's indecisiveness became legendary among his contemporaries. He would agree to reforms in the morning, reconsider them by afternoon, and reverse them entirely by evening, creating a governmental process that resembled a political weather vane in a hurricane. His council meetings became exercises in elaborate procrastination, where every decision was discussed, debated, postponed, and ultimately abandoned in favour of discussing the same issues again next week. Louis XVI demonstrated his exceptional political acumen at the Assembly of Notables in 1787. Faced with a financial crisis that threatened the monarchy's existence, he convened a gathering of nobles and clergy to discuss tax reform, apparently expecting them to voluntarily surrender their tax exemptions out of patriotic spirit. It was roughly equivalent to asking wolves to babysit sheep, while expecting them to resist temptation out of professional courtesy. When that predictably failed, Louis XVI made the fateful decision to convene the Estates General for the first time since 1614, apparently not realising that 3 centuries of accumulated grievances might produce some awkward conversations. The Estates General had been dormant for so long that nobody even remembered the proper procedures, which should have been a warning sign that perhaps this wasn't the ideal moment for constitutional innovation. Louis XVI was completely unprepared for the transformation of the Estates General into the National Assembly, as if he had anticipated a small dinner party but inadvertently invited the entire neighbourhood. His response to this constitutional revolution demonstrated the kind of crisis management skills that would make the captain of the Hindenburg look competent. He vacillated between accepting the new reality and attempting to resist it, satisfying nobody and convincing everyone that he was either duplicitous or incompetent. Louis XVI's flight to Varennes in 1791 represented perhaps the most poorly planned escape attempt in royal history. The royal family's journey to the Austrian border involved a conspicuous carriage, multiple stops, and the kind of operational security that would embarrass amateur shoplifters. They were recognised, captured and returned to Paris, where any remaining illusions about the king's commitment to constitutional monarchy evaporated faster than morning dew in August. The king's trial and execution in 1793 marked the end of more than a millennium of French monarchy, though Louis XVI seemed genuinely surprised that years of indecision and apparent duplicity might have consequences. His final speech from the scaffold demonstrated the same disconnection from reality that had characterised his entire reign, as he continued to believe that divine right trumped revolutionary fervour. Louis XVI's tragedy wasn't that he was evil, but that he was fundamentally inadequate for the challenges he faced. He possessed the political instincts of a librarian thrust into a cage match with professional wrestlers, and the results were precisely what you'd expect. His reign proved that good intentions without competent execution can be more destructive than a malicious competence, and that sometimes the road to revolution is paved with royal indecision. Richard III of England ruled for barely 2 years, from 1483 to 1485, yet managed to pack more controversy, alleged villainy and historical debate into that brief period than most monarchs accumulate in decades. Thanks largely to William Shakespeare's masterful character assassination, Richard has come down to us as the archetypal evil king, a hunchbacked schemer who murdered his way to the throne and terrorised his subjects until divine justice finally caught up with him at Bosworth Field. Historians have discovered that the reality of Richard's reign is considerably more complex, and it may have been worse than Shakespeare's portrayal, albeit in different ways. Richard began his royal career as the loyal younger brother of Edward IV, earning a reputation as a competent military commander and administrator in the north of England. He seemed destined for the kind of supporting role that history barely remembers. the capable royal sibling who holds down the provinces while his brother handles the glamorous business of actually being king. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Edward IV had the poor timing to die young, leaving behind 2 minor sons and a realm that was about as politically stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. The succession crisis that followed Edward IV's death in 1483 showcased medieval politics at its most brutally efficient. Richard, as Lord Protector for his 12-year-old nephew Edward V, faced the challenge of maintaining royal authority while various factions manoeuvred for control. His solution showcased a direct approach that would astonish modern politicians. He declared his nephews illegitimate and asserted his own claim to the throne. With just one well-timed announcement, he masterfully transformed a family dispute into a constitutional crisis. The infamous disappearance of the princes in the Tower, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, remains one of history's most enduring mysteries, though contemporary opinion held Richard responsible with the kind of certainty usually reserved for mathematical theorems. Whether he actually ordered their deaths or simply failed to prevent them, the political damage was immediate and catastrophic. A king who couldn't protect children in his care wasn't likely to inspire confidence in his ability to protect an entire kingdom. Richard's attempts to legitimize his reign were steeped in the time-honoured tradition of royal propaganda, albeit with the subtlety of a medieval siege engine. He claimed divine approval, noble blood, and popular support while simultaneously dealing with rebellions, defections, and the kind of general unrest that suggested his subjects weren't entirely convinced by his arguments. His coronation was magnificent, his public relations were enthusiastic, and his actual support base was shrinking faster than his list of living relatives. The Buckingham Rebellion in 1483, led by one of Richard's former supporters, demonstrated how quickly political allegiances could shift in late medieval England. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, went from enthusiastic supporter to armed rebel in the space of months, apparently deciding that Richard's leadership style was less strong and decisive and more terrifying and unstable. The rebellion ultimately failed, demonstrating the fragility of Richard's hold on power. Richard's administrative policies showed genuine competence, which makes his political failures all the more remarkable. He implemented legal reforms, encouraged trade, and attempted to address some of the social issues that had plagued previous reigns. It was rather like watching someone efficiently organise their desk while their house burned down around them. Technically impressive, but missing the larger point about priorities and crisis management. The invasion of Henry Tudor in 1485 caught Richard in a classic medieval dilemma. He could fight and risk everything in a single battle, or he could negotiate and risk appearing weak to supporters who expected their king to solve problems with sharp objects. Richard chose to fight, demonstrating either admirable courage or catastrophic misjudgment, depending on your perspective on the virtues of tactical retreat versus glorious death. The Battle of Bosworth Field became Richard's final performance review, and the results were decisively negative. His death in battle, reportedly fighting bravely to the end, at least provided him with the kind of dramatic conclusion that Shakespeare would later appreciate. Richard died as he had ruled, dramatically, controversially, and with enough ambiguity to keep historians arguing for centuries. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous 2-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous 2-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. During this period, the king's financial strategies demonstrated a level of fiscal creativity that would leave modern tax authorities in awe. Originally an emergency naval tax for coastal counties, the reasoning behind the extension of ship money to inland areas would challenge the flexibility of Olympic gymnasts. Charles apparently discovered that if you squinted hard enough at legal precedents while ignoring common sense entirely, you could justify almost any form of taxation. Religious policy provided another avenue for Charles to demonstrate his talent for turning manageable problems into catastrophic crises. His attempts to impose uniformity on the Church of England, influenced by Archbishop Laud's high church preferences, managed to alienate both Puritans, who thought he was too Catholic, and Catholics, who knew he wasn't Catholic enough. This approach was ecumenical diplomacy executed with a sledgehammer, achieving the remarkable feat of uniting his religious subjects against his policies. The Scottish crisis from 1639 to 1640 perfectly illustrated Charles's approach to international relations. His attempt to impose the English Book of Common Prayer on Presbyterian Scotland produced the Bishops' Wars, conflicts that combined the military effectiveness of a church social with the theological intensity of the Crusades. The Scots' armed resistance to Charles's religious innovations forced him to recall Parliament, ending his 11-year experiment in personal rule with all the success of the Hindenburg's landing strategy. The Long Parliament, summoned in 1640, approached its relationship with Charles rather like divorce attorneys negotiating with a spouse who'd been hiding assets. Years of accumulated grievances, illegal taxation, and religious controversy had created a constitutional crisis that required either genuine compromise or complete capitulation. Charles, characteristically, opted for a third course of action, disguising the crisis as non-existent while clandestinely strategizing its resolution through coercion. The king's attempt to arrest 5 members of Parliament in 1642 represented perhaps the most catastrophic miscalculation in English constitutional history. His personal invasion of the House of Commons, demanding the surrender of his political opponents, violated parliamentary privilege so flagrantly that it made previous constitutional disputes look like minor etiquette disagreements. This situation was politically equivalent to bringing a gun to a chess match, and it was just as ineffective. The English Civil War that followed from 1642 to 1651 showcased Charles's military leadership skills, which proved to be roughly equivalent to his political acumen. Despite initial advantages in resources and experienced commanders, the Royalist cause gradually collapsed under the weight of parliamentary determination, Puritan fervour, and Oliver Cromwell's increasingly professional New Model army. Charles managed to lose a civil war while possessing most of the traditional advantages of established authority, which required genuine dedication to strategic incompetence. Charles's trial and execution in 1649 marked the first time in European history that a reigning monarch was formally tried and executed by his subjects. Even his enemies were impressed by his dignity during the proceedings, despite it being a late attempt to salvage his political reputation. Even as the executioner prepared to provide a definitive counter-argument to that constitutional theory, the king maintained his belief in divine right in his final speech. Charles I's reign demonstrated that sincerely held beliefs about royal authority, when combined with complete inflexibility and poor political judgment, can transform a constitutional monarchy into a republic faster than anyone thought possible. He proved that divine right is only as strong as earthly support, and that sometimes the most devout believers in absolute monarchy are the ones who do the most to discredit it. The rogues gallery of royal disasters we've examined, from Nero's theatrical delusions to Charles I's divine miscalculations, reveals patterns of failure that transcend centuries and cultures. These weren't random accidents of heredity or cruel twists of historical fate. They were systematic demonstrations of how absolute power, when combined with inadequate wisdom, creates a perfect storm of governmental dysfunction. Their collective reigns read like a medieval instruction manual titled How Not to Rule, a Comprehensive Guide to Royal Failure. Perhaps the most striking common thread among these monarchical disasters was their profound disconnection from reality. Each king seemed to inhabit a parallel universe where their subjects existed primarily to fund their fantasies, where criticism was treason, and where the normal laws of cause and effect somehow didn't apply to royal decisions. Nero believed he was an artist first and emperor second. John thought taxation was a renewable resource. Louis XVI imagined that ignoring problems would make them disappear. Richard III assumed loyalty was transferable, and Charles I was convinced that God would override Parliament if necessary. This reality gap wasn't just a personal failing, it was a systemic feature of absolute monarchy itself. When you surround someone with courtiers whose survival depends on agreeing with everything they say, when you insulate them from the consequences of their decisions, and when you tell them from birth that they're divinely appointed to rule over others, perhaps it shouldn't surprise us that they occasionally lose touch with the practical world where the rest of us live. The economic illiteracy displayed by these kings would be amusing if it weren't so consistently catastrophic. These kings approached royal finances with a level of sophistication akin to children playing Monopoly with real money, seemingly assuming that kingdoms were equipped with limitless credit cards and that bankruptcy was a phenomenon exclusive to their subjects. Their collective fiscal policies could serve as a masterclass in how to transform prosperous realms into economic basket cases through sheer determination and creative accounting. Yet their failures weren't entirely without benefit to human civilization. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual evolution of constitutional government, proving through negative example that perhaps concentrating all power in a single person wasn't the most reliable system of governance. Magna Carta emerged from John's tyranny, the English Civil War produced modern parliamentary democracy, and the French Revolution launched the age of popular sovereignty. These kings didn't intend to advance human freedom, but their incompetence accomplished what generations of political philosophers had only dreamed about. Their military disasters followed similar patterns of overconfidence meeting reality with predictably painful results. Each king seemed to believe that royal blood somehow conferred tactical genius, that loyalty could substitute for competence, and that divine favour was more reliable than adequate logistics. Their battlefields became laboratories for testing whether wishful thinking could overcome superior strategy, and the results were remarkably consistent across centuries and cultures. The personal lives of these rulers revealed another consistent theme: the inability to distinguish between loyalty and fear, between respect and subservience, between love and intimidation. Their courts became theatres of performed devotion, where genuine relationships withered under the pressure of absolute power and existential insecurity. It's rather telling that so many died alone, abandoned by subjects who had spent years pretending to adore them. Perhaps most notably, these kings managed to fail upward for remarkable lengths of time, maintaining power long after their incompetence had become obvious to everyone except themselves. The ability of medieval institutions to withstand years or even decades of catastrophically poor leadership is testament to their resilience. Yet even the most durable systems eventually reach their limits. Their collective legacy reminds us that leadership is a skill, not a birthright, that power without accountability inevitably corrupts, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide is serving as a cautionary tale for future generations. These kings didn't set out to become historical laughingstocks, but they approached their responsibilities with such consistent incompetence that failure became their most lasting contribution to human knowledge. In our modern age of democratic government and constitutional limitations, these royal disasters serve as reminders of why we have developed checks and balances, term limits, and the radical idea that perhaps leaders should be chosen for their competence rather than their heredity. They prove that while power may corrupt, absolute power corrupts with remarkable efficiency and often spectacular entertainment value. The worst kings in history ultimately taught us that the divine right of kings is only as strong as the earthly competence of the person wearing the crown, and that sometimes the best thing an absolute monarch can do for their subjects is provide them with compelling reasons to abolish absolute monarchy entirely. Their failures became humanity's gain, though it took centuries and countless lives to learn these lessons. Perhaps that's the ultimate irony of their reigns. In trying to establish their greatness, they established instead the greatness of the systems that replaced them. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad, left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December 16, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realizing it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organized the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the South, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the Revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmanoeuvred Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness, with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American Rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American War was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where Loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their Loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated Loyalist troops, changed the Southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathanael Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realized the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be Empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognized US independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment, exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting